And a big welcome to TCH Live Nation. It's time for 136 No Limit Hold'em from Texas Card House, Houston. Hello, everybody. I am Wes Sucker. I'll be keeping you company throughout tonight's action as we've got a real star-studded lineup, as you can see there at the bottom of your screen. We'll take a look in just a quick moment. But some familiar faces and a couple of new ones. Always good to have a couple new faces and a couple new hairstyles for some of our old faithful when it comes to the stream legends of Texas Card House Houston. Let's check in now. We've got Bruce Wang in there with King 10, Ethan Ace Jacket Diamonds. And not far behind is Real Deal with a King 10 of his own, Aviation. Joining us again, glad to see him becoming a regular on the Thursday show. Brady with 5. And all action back around now to Bruce Wang. He'll make the call, and we'll go 5 ways to our first flop of the evening. And it's an 8-high board, 2 spades. So Brady thunders out in front with a pair of 5s, but checks on through, bringing a 3rd spade to the board. Real Deal with the king of spades in his hand. And he's going to bet at it. $50 to go. Aviation holding a blocker to the spades. He's going to stick around and will take the lead in percentages when Brady folds out. So to the river we go. It's an ace. So provided Aviation is not bet out of this pot, he will take it down. And it looks like he's going to be the one leading here. Real tough call for Real Deal, who will muck it quick. And Aviation going to take down our first pot of the evening. And a big welcome, of course, to all of TCH Live Nation. Hope everybody is having a fantastic Thursday night. We check our lineup here. In the 1 seat, we got Brady. Nick will fill out the 2 seat. DT back with a new hairstyle in seat 3. Bruce Wang will take seat 4. Ethan in the 5. Real Deal coming back to his usual spot in the 6. New based on the stream, that's Juicy, who will take the 7th seat. Aviation in his normal spot, as is Pro Quo in the 9th seat. So we got a good cast of characters for tonight's action, to say the absolute least.
Screenshot that on the YouTube channel. Yeah. Wes, quick, put the DPIP stats up before it goes down to 0.
Oh my goodness. Breaking fourth wall seems to be a common theme on the Thursday night show now. Not complaining though. Love talking to these guys. Got a chance to sit down and talk with them for about an hour before the show started. Learned some interesting stuff. We'll get into that as the show progresses. Back around to Nick with a hand, ace 10. They're playing a 3-blind game. It's 1-3-6 no limit hold'em this evening. And Nick coming in big with the 3-bet. Big sizing too. He's gonna make it 105 to go. And now Brady gonna fold, and Nick will take it down pre-flop in a big sizing. Definitely not something to be messed with. But we move right along. You may notice, longtime stream player for TCH Live Houston. DT in the 3 seat, changing things up a little bit, going with a little different hairstyle. Usually see him with the black hair, but here he is. It's all green. It's like Squid Game, but less grim.
Thursday night fights on ice.
Of course, when he walked in, the Catman took one look at him and said, "Hey, it's the Joker." But as requested by Aviation, there is the VPIP stat. He was talking to me earlier about how on stream he just seems to be completely card dead, but before the cameras start rolling, even after the cameras stop rolling, he is He says he's more aggressive. He says his image on the stream is not what it actually is on the table. We take that for what it's worth. We did see him win the first of our hands this evening. And chat giving a quick shout out to Brady. Brady, the super pro, coming in. And appreciate the chat interacting with us. I'll interact with you as much as I can. Makes the show that much better. As Pro Quo has flopped open-ended. DT with a pair of trays. And DT going to raise the action here. Again, Pro Quo from the button. Much wider range. You know, the C-betting range is going to be a lot wider as well. But Pro Quo going to flat here open-ended to the turn. And now he picks up top pair to go along with his straight draw. And DT not shying away. He's going to barrel here on the turn. He's going to put 90 bucks in the middle. And Pro Quo quickly calling, and we go to the river. There's a 5. That's going to give 2 pair to Pro Quo. It puts a 4 straight, pardon, a 4-liner to a straight on the board. And DT not slowing down. He's going to bet big at it. 105. And the quick call from Pro Quo with 2 pair, and 2 pair is a monster. Again, getting into a hand with DT is definitely no small feat. This guy is a very balanced player. Very difficult to place him on a hand if I'm not actually looking at what he's holding. But he's very balanced, mixes in enough bluffs to keep you on your toes. So good on Pro Quo for finding the call there. And kind of hard to put DT on any kind of straight draw that would be completed by a 9 or a 4. Especially the way he was barreling that flop, turn, and river. So definitely a comfortable spot for Pro Quo to make the call. We get to the action again. In the hand before we went live, Bruce Wang actually going felt. They ran the board twice. He out-flopped Real Deal on that first board and then could not improve after a river, well, not a river, a turn straight. Gave Real Deal the first board and could not improve over Real Deal on the second board. As we see Brady take down this pot with kings.
Like there's already a muck.
Human RFID reader, and you just know in the background.
And we take a look here at the player stacks coming into hand number 9, Real Deal, the biggest stack at $4,049. Meanwhile, Bruce Wang with $404 and a little catching up to do. Already down 500 after that big hand before the camera started to roll. But plenty of evening for him to make it up. Now, for those who missed the Poker Atlas title event final table, you can catch that recorded in the TCH Live channel. Should be one of the big videos up there. It was a long show. It was almost an 8-hour stream to crown a winner, but by God, we got one. And now Juicy. Going to be facing a $50 straddle. And he's going to bump it up. He's going to make it 200 to go.
So if you flip it over, it becomes an ace. We spin it around.
Real Deal with an ace high of his own. Going to defend.
One of the 4 different corners to change the suits.
So heads up, we go to the flop. And it's a queen 5-5 board. Real Deal. All over it. Does go check, check, 7. Gonna hit the turn, effectively drawing dead. In fact, is drawing dead now is Juicy. Again, Juicy electing not to c-bet on the flop. And now he's going to come in and raise here on the turn. And moving all in, wasting no time is Real Deal. He wants it all, but he's not going to get it. I can tell you that right now. Juicy caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and Real Deal continuing to chip up early. Again, friends, the best way to kick off your weekend. It all starts at TCH Houston with the Friday Mayhem Super, a $10,000 guaranteed tournament for the buy-in of $25, featuring unlimited $20 rebuys and, of course, a couple of add-on options at break. With $3,500 guaranteed to first place, that kicks off every Friday at TCH Houston at 6 p.m. And you're looking for the best way to start your weekend, look no further. I've got you covered. All right, right after Ace King, Juicy wakes up with the hooks. Pocket jacks. I'll bump it up here. Looks to be a $20 raise.
And you can't take that away from you. West better put it up there. Oh, absolutely. The sad thing is I don't think they can control when
I put it up there. Don't you worry.
Otherwise, progression frequencies that never works. Actually, it worked early last week. It worked for the final.
There we go. Jack 10 for Real Deal. Ethan with King Queen. Juicy with the jacks.
So I think I finally got it to work.
And the flop comes 9 high.
I was watching that 4 out of the 9 for the final table.
So picking up a gutter ball. Is Real Deal. Juicy gonna bet the jacks, and we'll see if he elects to stay and draw a little. And the answer is yes. Heads up to the turn. Real Deal also has backdoor spades, and they become a much more prevalent threat on the turn as he improves to 11 outs. Check, check, and looky here, he does catch the 10. So Real Deal may find a call here to some thin value, maybe even something that looks bluffy. But instead, Juicy just gonna check back. And definitely a interesting board. Spades getting there on the turn. There is an over to your pocket pair on the board. So I could see the check back.
I'll sell you 4 rents for
I was gonna say, I'll give you 3 rents for.
Of course, you barrel that turn, you're going to get some more money out of Real Deal, who picked up the spade draw.
Or you can lose 85.
Not to mention improving to a double gutter. You pick up a queen for a straight after that king hits.
Should I donate it? Should I blind straddle it? Yellow action and fight.
And Aviation with the 8s. Maybe it's fate. Look at that. A little modest raise. Going to make it 20 to go. Nick with ace 9. Not going to stick around. Bruce Wang holding one of the 8s. One over to Aviation's pair, and Real Deal with 7-4 offsuit. A lot of people argue that 7-4 suited is the most underrated drawing hand in poker, and I've been beaten by it enough to kind of agree now, I would say. The flop comes queen high, couple of hearts, queen, tray, deuce. Catching a piece of the board is Juicy. Aviation still out in front. But Juicy gonna dunk into him here. Now, generally, you aren't going to see a donk from that far out of position unless maybe you're trying to put out a blocker to a flush draw, maybe, but it's going to work this time. And Aviation hasn't played too much with Juicy, but he's going to show him some respect there. And while we have our first dealer change of the evening, we'll go over what's on the table. For everyone watching, the white chips are worth $1. The reds are worth $5. Green chips are $25. The black chips are $100. If we see any purple ones out there, those are going to be worth $500 each. And the big yellow chips are worth $1,000 each. We saw one of those on the table. It's in the stack of Juicy. Yeah, big thanks to everybody who joined us for the Atlas Tour. Another outstanding success. Was a lot of fun to see everybody out here. It was a lot of fun to see the caliber of poker that we saw over the course of that 12-day series. And not to mention, if you didn't catch any of the streamed final tables, they are all available on demand on the TCH Live YouTube channel. And I got a chance to call the final table of the main event with both Aaron McAvoy and Michael Perrone. It was a lot of fun. It was almost an 8-hour-long broadcast. It was a good final table. I mean, I keep going back to the thought process of there was a possibility of going to final table that same night, day 2, that Sunday. Instead, they decided to come back and play it the next day. It's a good thing they did. And that broadcast would have ended somewhere around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning had we all stayed to watch.
Hilariously appropriate. This is Stone's actually sponsored by AR. Sponsored by NA, which is makes me think about it. Genius.
My favorite hand. My favorite hand. Are we talking? All right. Well, I mean, anybody's going to respond with aces, but I'm going to respond with my true favorite hand, which is 9-10 suited. 9-10 suited. It's good middle board coverage. I mean, try making a straight without a 10 or a 5. You're blocking most of them. Plenty of flush outs. I mean, I think I've sold it enough. Over the hand I've won the most money with over the course of my career has been pocket 8s, ironically. Ended up with a pretty big hand not too long ago with 8s. Ended up stacking 3 people in that hand. So we go 3 ways to a flop here. King, queen suited, ace, 4, and 6s. But look at this, an ace on the flop, flopping a set as pro quo. Boy, he's happier than a pig in mud right now. Goes check through. We get a tray of diamonds on the turn. So Aviation is looking for a straight. That's about it. Can he hit it? He cannot. The Aviation going to take the lead here. Again, the flop set of Pro Quo. Way out in front. He's got the check mark, and now what kind of value will he go for? And there he goes. He's going to bump it up to 200. It was such a marginal kicker here. A pair of aces definitely going to shrink up.
Ethan, can you get him to put the draft on?
That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
That's right, it is draft night. And Aviation is going to make the call. Pro Quo going to drag a good-sized pot here. Again, really not a run-out that should have worried a flop set too much. And the only real threat out there was somebody holding 6-7, maybe even deuce 7, I guess. No, deuce tray.
Playing hockey tonight.
I have no clue. It's playoffs. It's playoffs every day. I don't. We'll see.
But again, you're holding 2 of the 6s, so the likelihood of that combination not great. 7 tray, I suppose, but is 7 tray gonna barrel that flop? I don't think so.
I was happy I got to see Miami.
I do think as well he would have gotten some more value out of Aviation betting that turn. Aviation did pick up the open-ended draw.
I was outside T-Mobile Arena when they were walking top, when the Knights won the top.
And ironically, 7-4. I was not 7-3. 7-4 was the hand to worry about, and we were talking about that not too long ago. And 1-3-6 no limit, straddled to 15, and now Bruce Wang with the suited connectors, Jack 10 of hearts. And we'll take it down pre-flop.
No,
I have no idea.
it's terrible. It's not like second round for 6-10.
Because of the trade.
Yeah.
And for those looking to get on the show or just to get on the list for the exciting action in the main card room, here's how you do it. Go ahead and scan that QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen now. Not only can you get on the list to play on the show, you can also play on our 1-2 live streams that air Fridays and Sundays, or you could just join in some of the normal cash game action in the main card room. You can scan that QR code now. Get on that wait list. DT, pocket 5s. And he's never met a pocket pair he doesn't like. He's going to raise it, makes it 20 to go.
Yeah, I did.
Well, it depends on who's the 5th pick.
Pro Quo with a suited ace will stick around. Looks like Brady with some small connectors will stick around as well. Flop comes 4, 5, 8, 2 diamonds. So flopping a set is DT. Flopping second pair is Brady. And looky here, we got backdoor hearts and a gutter ball for Pro Quo. And everybody sticks around to the turn. Deuce. Going to add a gutter ball to Brady's outs as well, but Pro Quo looking for a 6. And Brady going to bump it up here. I like this move, but he doesn't know that there's a buzzsaw right behind him in DT. DT just gonna flat here, going to the river. Very sneaky, I like it. So the river we go, Brady drawing to 4 outs. And he hits one of them. Oh my goodness, Brady straightens out on the river.
Yeah, I heard scam.
Going for some value. Look at this. Looks to be about 625. And this, on the other hand, an absolutely terrible run out for a flop set.
They're serialized.
With a gutter ball in there, you know the defending range of the straddle is going to be pretty wide. And we've seen him find the big fold before. He's going to make the call this time, and he's going to get shown the straight. So a monster pot, $1,906. Going to be pushed the way of Brady. Wow. And again, just a reminder, the Memorial Day Madness weekend starts on the 22nd of this month. It's going to be a $100,000 guaranteed tournament with a $300 buy-in. And because we believe in consistency, we know you love the one-day 50Ks. How about a one-day 50K on the 27th? A $300 buy-in starting at 2 p.m. Two massive tournaments, one amazing weekend. More info at texascardhouse.com/Houston.
They got these new chips that just look terrible.
And I do tend to think that $300 buy-in is the sweet spot for our demographic out here. It's good value. It's a good structure as well. Plenty of time to register. So if you're getting off work and looking for something to do, come on through. Registration's still going to be open for you.
Well, usually if I'm playing a table game, I'm cashing out.
And DT, another pocket pair. This time he's got sevens.
What? 20. I only had flags in play in a poker game once. 5K chips.
Pro Quo, ace 10. He's going to stick around. Nick going to call with the dirty diaper. So 4 ways we go.
Just over 10K.
Flop comes 9-9-4, 2 hearts. Real deal flopping trip nines. DT gonna bet 30 at it, and we'll see if Real Deal elects to raise on the flop here if he wants to milk him a little more. He's just gonna flat. Pro Quo also gonna call here with the ace of hearts. Nick's out, and we're 3 ways to the turn. This is interesting. Now a 3-liner to the flush. Pro Quo in a good spot. That's going to slow Real Deal down too as we go to the river. It's an 8. The Real Deal has this board locked down, and now it's time to bet for some value. No one betting on a flush at this point. We'll see if DT will pay off another value bet with a middle pocket pair. He will, and Real Deal coming away with the pot. We take a look here at the VPIP throughout our first 17 hands. Real Deal and Pro Quo tied for the lead at 57%. Meanwhile, Nick down at the rear end of the spectrum, he has 14%. But again, we got a lot of show to go, so don't base any predictions off this just yet. I have also been told that Ryan is in the building and waiting for a seat to open. So if that happens, we're going to have ourselves a player whose VPIP is consistently in the 80s and 90s at the table. The true definition of an action player.
Not a lot.
No, I know. It's just, trying to. It's not wrong. It's not the way
There we go, as everything is caught back up here. Juicy, ace, 6 of spades. Going to bump things up, make it 20 to go. Aviation behind him with queen 10. A lot of Broadway combinations behind him. And we're going to go 5 ways to the flop. King, 9, ace. Rainbow. So top pair for Juicy. He's ahead for now, but plenty of cards that can ruin Juicy's day. And it's a good bet here, just under pot size. Definitely designed to see where you're at in the hand. It's going to get a lot of gutter balls to fold. You're going to get called by maybe some other aces, maybe some king X combos, trying to improve on a turn. A DT going to fold his queen 7, and now we're heads up to the turn, and a 7 of clubs will hit that turn. Wait for the graphic to update there. There we go. 4 of clubs going to change absolutely nothing. Juicy going to take this down with a pair of aces, but again with a kicker the size of a 6. I mean, his kicker doesn't play at all. He's got to use the board as his kickers, but he is going to bet here for some value. $400 is the bet. Pro quo with a pair of kings. And practically putting Pro Quo all in. Makes the call, and he's not going to like what he sees. So Juicy going to drag a good sized pot. $1,063. And some big news on the horizon as Texas Card House Houston now open 24 hours every Friday through Sunday is the step in trying to make it a non-stop round-the-clock club. It all starts here every Friday through Sunday. Texas Card House Houston going to be open 24 hours.
Yeah. I don't know how we have
So some big steps forward there. It looks like Pro Quo will be rejoining us in just a moment. Got to make the walk over to the ATM.
No, kings would have hit us up. Or just a pair of kings. Pair of kings. Yeah, kings. Yeah, that's fine.
And Ethan, Jack 9 from +1, and he's going to bump it up here. And Bruce Wang, when he sat down at the table, said that he was not too happy with the seat that he got. He said there was a ton of action to his left. He said the only silver lining is I'm sitting to the left of DT. Bruce Wang going to make the call, and off we go. Hearts against spades, ace high out in front, and he does hit the ace on the flop as we wait for the graphic to adjust itself. Ace 4-5 is the flop. And Nick just got a flat here with his pair of aces. He's going to chase Bruce Wang out, and Ethan, firing the continuation bet, finds himself up against it here. Nick with a pair of aces. Ethan with Jack high, because we know that board is incorrect. We'll wait for it to get updated. King of clubs on the river will not help the cause of Ethan. Nick is going to take this pot down. Does end up going check, check, and a ace is good. Got a chance to catch up with Ethan a little bit. For those who don't know, Ethan already making big moves in the poker world at just the age of 18 years old. And the kid has what I would personally call a 26, 27-year-old's understanding of the game. If that 26 and 27-year-old had also started studying the game religiously at the age of 18. But it's funny, I was talking to all three, Ethan, Real Deal, and Aviation before the show began. We brought up, of course, the Rolling Stones, which are back on the tour.
The ones that don't complete the
And
stats.
to which Ethan replied, who are the Stones? Through a weird look from all three of us. And then realized we were talking to, he's just a kid. He's just a kid. He said he'd never heard them referred to just as the Stones before. And he said the Stones, he said who? And then Aviation says no, the Who is a different group. Which Ethan still didn't know off the top of his head. It's hard to make me feel old, but that made me feel a little bit old, I'm not gonna lie. King Queen suited for juicing and wasting no time getting to the big chips. He's gonna make it 115 to go.
Hold up.
Yeah, he put out 130.
$15 back to seat 15.
Go as the pot gets right. We're gonna go heads up. King 7 against King Queen.
I was considering letting it ride.
It's a jack high board, 2 diamonds. Open ender for Juicy. As if a dominating king wasn't enough. He's got the open ender to go along with it, and he's gonna bring Real Deal along another street. And Real Deal looking for a 7. As we take a look, the 8 hitting the turn, that's going to give Real Deal still the same amount of outs. The 9 is the last thing he wants, little does he know. We go to the river. There's the king. So a pair of kings will take this down. A Real Deal also rivering that top pair. We'll see if he's going to fire at it. He does check it over, and now Juicy betting for some value. Here comes a raise now from Real Deal. He's going to make it 400 to go. And it is a weird river. Broadway gets there with ace queen. And no flush draw completed. And Juicy in his mind has to say, what was he calling with on the flop? And you hear Juicy, the first thing that crossed his mind there was King 10. Will make the call, says a king, and a better king is tabled by Juicy. And a big thank you to everybody spending their Thursday evening with us here at TCH Live. Wes Tucker keeping you company throughout tonight's action, and it has not disappointed in the least. And we've seen some bluff attempts at missed draws. We've seen some monster draws. We've seen some rivered sadness as well as some rivered happiness. It's everything you could possibly want in a poker screen. Aviation, big slick. He's not going to let it go unheard from. He's going to make it 20 to go. DT, a pocket pair. Bruce Wang, a suited king. And those three will go to the flop. 9, 6, 7 rainbow. So flopping a set again is DT. Gunner ball for Bruce Wang and backdoor diamonds, but Aviation going to make the continuation bet with ace king. Cue the raise from DT, 120, and looks like Aviation getting a little stubborn here. He's going to stick around.
120? Yes. Why so much?
He will stick around, and we go to the turn. There's an 8. Definitely not the card DT wanted to see, and now Aviation, an opportunity to maybe bluff this river big as the queen hits. Of course, the way that this hand was played, can DT put him on something strange like ace 10, king 10 suited? Aviation gonna make the bet. Good sizing, $240. Just about half pot. And there's the call from DT. The set of sixes is good. And DT could easily put him on something such as ace queen, but and even if that was the holding, not going to be any good against the set. Maybe he had him on some weird, maybe queen 9 combination, but from early position, Aviation's range is not going to be that wide, at least not based on what I've observed of him by his time on both the 1-2 show and here on the big stage. So it goes from big slick to a natural 9. 6 tray in hearts. Over to Bruce Wang on the button. He's going to make it 50 to go. Real deal ace queen right behind him. Back to Aviation. He's going to make the call here with 6 tray suited. And again, after losing with big hands, it's only natural to think, no, maybe if I start playing some garbage, I'll hit with garbage. And Bruce Wang going to omit the veil entirely. He's all in. And we know Real Deal isn't going anywhere, but the jig may be up for Aviation. So a quick call from Real Deal. Will Aviation tag along with his 6 tray of hearts?
Yeah. What was it, 371? 360. 365. Discount.
Aviation is going to stick around with it. I admire the tenacity. So over $1,000 in the main pot, and now they'll do battle for a side pot should one manifest.
Aces or 7 deuce, I know it.
Aces or 7 deuce, I know it. All right, so off we go to a flop. Still 2 live betters. Flop coming 10-4-4. So Bruce Wang actually out flopping the opposition. And with that, Aviation drawing completely dead for the main pot. Should something go into the side, he's good. But Bruce Wang, Queen 10, takes down a little over 1,000. And with that, he is no longer stuck. And it's a great feeling battling back after getting felted to become unstuck. Of course, any poker player will tell you that feeling gets old fast.
Yeah, I'll say it anyway.
Queen 10 all in pre-flop. You hit the 10, and then none of us really hit anything. Oh, okay.
And we check the player stacks and earnings. Brady, our big earner so far. And meanwhile, Aviation has the honor of throwing the party through the early going. Down $874. Meanwhile, Real Deal with a modest profit of 86. And Juicy, hot on the heels of Brady, up 735 throughout the first 21 hands of our stream.
He had ace high. I had really a 6. And a 6-3-1 all in out of it.
Aviation, Jack 9 of hearts. He's going to stick around. And Bruce Wang opening the action with a suited ace, ace 4. The flop comes ace high rainbow. Connecting with the king is Brady. Bruce, however, going to continue to fire, as he should. Make that continuation bet with an ace or a king showing. How about both, as the queen will reveal herself on the turn, Queen of Hearts. And the river we go. It's the 7 of clubs, so Bruce Wang way good with a pair of aces. Gonna go for some thin value here. Half pot. And Bruce will take it down again, trending in the right direction. Started off right before the camera started rolling by going felt with $500. Then rebought for $500, and now it's working to stack up to about $1,300. So good on you, sir. Of course, plenty of action going on right now in the main card room. I'd be able to hear the buzz from behind us. And alongside all of the exhilarating cash action, don't forget about the weekly Thursday 10K guarantee. And still plenty of time. Throw your hat into the ring. And of course, the big draw tonight is the cash action as we take a look here. King 10, Jack 10, King 7. And a king on the flop. An open ender for DT, and he's going to take the lead here. Heading into 2 players with top pair. Aviation for 35 bucks. Definitely going to stick around with his king. And you know, Nick's not going anywhere. Question is Nick going to find a raise here? That answers that question. He's cutting out a raise. At 120, 125. Oh, 145, sorry. Missed one of the green ones from my point of view. And again, DT knows a bet like this is designed to make him try to stop chasing a draw like his. Aviation will find the fold, and we're heads up going to the turn. Open ender against top pair. Tray of hearts. So no improvement for DT, and now Nick. Want to see a bet maybe around 3/4 pot here. Could chase away some other King X combos, maybe even some Ace Queen
What time is it?
combinations, some other high Queen X's. Does go with 230 as the bet. About half pot. A little less than I think would have chased DT away. But we go to the river now. And there's an 8 of spades, so he's able to fade it. And Nick blocking Broadway combos with the 10 of hearts anyway. Didn't get there. The heart draw didn't get there either. 560 is the bet. I like the sizing here on the river, but it's not going to get any action, unfortunately. And DT missing everything, and Nick will take the pot. And Nick comes into this table with the lowest VPIP so far, but again, still plenty of time to change that around.
I think he is.
He said he was coming back in his little holder thing still here. His card protector still here. I think he's getting money.
What, the guy from
I don't know how long
Wait, no, the guy in the 9 seat?
Yeah.
No, he said he was
His card protector's still here. He's trying to get money.
Bucklow said he was coming back.
No, because I saw him go. I thought he was going to the ATM, but then he walked. No, he walked
And if
out.
he's not coming back, we want to know sooner rather than later we can get another face into the show.
He's been gone for like an orbit, I think.
He's been gone for a year. No, he's been gone for a year.
But we will have ourselves a dealer change, and while we have said dealer change, again on the horizon. Didn't get enough tournament poker during the Atlas Tour, I know it. So we've got the cure. Coming through, it's going to be the 22nd through the 20th of next month. We're going to kick off with the $100,000 guaranteed, $300 buy-in, multiplier.
I never bring that with me.
And all culminating in day 2 at 2:30 p.m. We'll, of course, have the turbo for you on Sunday morning. And then we've got the 50K one-day guarantee. That's the 27th, so the day after day 2 of the 100K. So lots of opportunity to jump into another fantastically constructed multi-flight tournament here at TCH Houston. And 2 amazing tournaments, 1 epic weekend. 6-8 deuce, 2 diamonds. On the flop, Nick coming away with a piece of the board, real deal with 2 overs, goes check, check. And now connects with top pair on the turn. And Nick still not electing to fire at it just yet. Real Deal is, though.
Two call.
And Nick gonna look him up with his pair of sixes. To the river. 7 of spades.
I need some time. Time on 28.
And Real Deal leading the turn after a jack showed up. Nick out flopping him.
6 by 100 and 2 calls.
So Nick checked it. Real Deal bet 100 and quick call from Nick. And he's not going to like the result there. It will be taken down by a pair of jacks. And we know Real Deal going to be firing at a lot of blank boards on that turn. Especially when a high card shows up. Put some pressure on Nick in the 2-seat, but Nick just didn't believe him. Going to the river, ends up paying him off for $100. And that will draw our first hour of coverage to an end as Bruce Wang waking up with my favorite hand, 10-9 suited.
5, 4, 6, 4.
Ace King though, juicy. Gonna raise the action, make it 35. Aviation with a suited ace.
1 fold.
A suited ace for Nick too, my goodness. It's like the Oprah show of poker. You get an ace, you get an ace, everybody gets an ace. We go to the flop 4 ways, and this is why I like 10-9 suited. Got the diamond draw, he's got top pair, he's got a middle kicker that can improve and remain pretty sneaky with 2-pair combos, should like the 9 of clubs hit. But the ace high diamond draw for Nick is going to stump any hopes of it. So it could be a scenario in which 10-9 suited would get me and a lot of players into some trouble financially. To add insult to injury, Juicy with the king of diamonds too. They're somehow able to put a 4-liner on the diamond draw on the board. This is going to become really bloody.
He was picking you up to.
Looks like Broquo did make his way back to the table.
Hey, Daryl.
And $450 the raise, and now Bruce Wang with a decision to make. And Juicy got the party started by betting 100. Aviation with a pair of 5s made the call, and then Nick coming over the top for 450.
Oh, Homer. Okay. Sorry about that, Tom. So nice about it.
4 fold.
Bruce Wang will lay top pair down. Juicy gonna lay it down as well. Will Aviation stick around? Aviation is ahead by the percentages. But again, with 2 cards to come, Nick's got 7 outs.
What was that, 450?
And Aviation does take it down. I mean, does, pardon, make the fold. Nick takes it down. And there we go, as we got our full ring back. Again, put back into our table here. Glad to see him back. Hate to see him go. He's a real class act, a real great player as well. Very fundamentally solid player.
You're seeing another guy. It was a full
Look at
game.
the pre-flop raise percentages. Juicy been the most aggressive player pre-flop by the numbers,
Literally, me and another
raising
guy,
22% of his hands.
and making it round of each. And the entire game, bro, all 8 players just went to that table over there. They just broke the entire game. And one of the guys that sat down like, hey, I doubled him for $1,000 first hand, and then he just got to me. So
And what a hand to come back to. Pro Quo, King, Queen of Hearts.
so he just gets to me on the next table. Literally, insanity. He broke the
Bruce Wang, suited and connected. And we go 3 ways to the flop. Entray deuce. So the King Queen of Pro Quo out in front until now continues to remain out front with the King hitting the turn. Bruce Wang gonna bet at it. Real deal gonna fold Jack 9. Pro Quo. Look, he just flats this turn to King. We go to the river. Looks like the tray of diamonds.
Whenever that card flashed, because he flashed a bunch of cards before that, because he was in the, I was in the 2nd. I just didn't call him out.
Good shot of the head of Daryl Jackson there, the floor manager.
Seen the 9 of hearts.
Doing a fantastic job,
Looked like the 6 of hearts.
as usual.
But I would never call out my hand. There's like 6 on the
No, yeah, no, I understand. It is what it is. I was like, works a lot better with the 6 of hearts dead, but.
No, that's what, yeah. And I didn't.
And Bruce
I know
Wang
you weren't.
missing his flush draw with 6-7 of spades.
It's just unfortunate. That card became a relevant card.
Does find the check, and here comes Pro Quo for some value. That's all it is going to take. A 3/4 pot bet, and away goes Bruce Wang.
I was trying to use it for the aces now.
Again, with our first hour of coverage in the book, I want to thank everybody again for hanging out with us this Thursday night. It is 136 No Limit Hold'em from Texas Card House Houston. Has not disappointed through our first hour. Daniel, you're always welcome, my friend. Always welcome. Sorry we missed you on the stream tonight too, but plenty of opportunity for you down the line, sir.
Want to raise 275.
For those unfamiliar, Daniel in the chat, same Danny that plays on our live stream. Great action player, and just an all-around great guy too. Again, we don't really have a character I would classify as, you know, someone I wouldn't want to play with. All these guys are great. Pro Quo, ace queen after DT 3-betting his pocket tens.
9 call, 1 fold.
Pro Quo gonna make the call, and he's going heads up with DT. A pocket pair against 2 overs, and this time the tens are gonna hold the flop. Pro Quo with backdoor diamonds. Again, last thing DT wants to see
400.
is an overcard like that, but see if Pro Quo can sniff it out here. And he's still got 2 overs to the pair of DT with 2 cards to come. We can see it's only 3 outs he's drawing to, so Pro Quo gonna make the laydown. It's that same feeling you get when you raise with pocket queens and the board comes ace, king, 5, 2 spades.
Without asking. You didn't even ask me.
Yeah.
What the fuck order screws without sharing the class? God damn it.
Brady, I thought we were friends like that.
You know what's sad is I
Just friends with no one.
the table mood was so like quiet
you're
and stuff.
fine.
I was like,
That would have cheered it up.
Yeah, exactly. We're doing like days.
They're all hungry.
Yeah. Some chicken strips would have made a difference.
Couple chicken strips, the action
15.
starts going.
yeah, now that I'm not in hate.
And again, for those who don't know, we are streaming 3 nights a week from Houston. We'll have a 1-2 No Limit live stream tomorrow and on Sunday. So make sure you tune in for those. Get to watch. This is actually where some of these players came from. Started out their stream careers on the 1-2 and then came up to the big stage. I don't want to classify it as like a minor league system or a farm system, but it's been great to see some of those 1-2 players that have been making a splash here on the bigger stage. And is this the biggest stage? No, absolutely not. There's still plenty of other stuff to show you. Hoping to get some 5-10 games back on the airwaves for you guys. It'll be a lot of fun. And I'm sure once we do, we'll be bringing some of our players you see here.
Straddle 21.
Blackjack. In hopes of getting double.
And playing a 3-blind game allows for some interesting straddle opportunities. Pro Quo gonna straddle. I mean, no, Aviation gonna straddle to 21.
We'll take the split aces.
One fold. 2 raised to 60.
Nick with the pocket 7's gonna make it 60 to go, but DT right behind him with rockets, pocket aces.
5 fold.
Real Deal's got 9s. Oh my goodness, this is gonna get bloody. And 200 the bet, Nick with 7s. Looks like he may be contemplating a 4-bet. No, just gonna make the call. I was gonna say, we get a 4-bet here. This is really gonna get bloody. Give me an ace-7-9 flop one time. That works. That works. That's a pretty good board for both 9s and 7s, truth be told, but a great board for aces.
2 chairs. 3-bet, 250.
And DT gonna bet at it. 250 Real Deal, feeling good with the 9s. However, the 7s are gonna shrink up to a bet in the call here.
2 fold.
And given a better position, maybe had it been checked to him, we may see Nick open up with 7s. Instead, we're heads up going to the turn. 4 of spades. Again, a great board for 9 still. Would have given an open-ended opportunity to Nick, but now the bet from DT coming in at 600. Real Deal going nowhere as this pot bloats to $2,328. To the river we go. It's a jack. That could really slow down Real Deal. Does check it. See if DT
3-bet, 1,000.
gonna go for a $1,000 bet here on the river.
Call.
And a call from Real Deal. A $4,300 pot gonna be pushed the way of DT with aces. My goodness, what a hand.
I mean, I got a 6 and a 3. I would have taken a head.
Thank you.
Where'd you start raising my car? There's a set there.
And a big bite taken out of the stack of Real Deal. We got the biggest stack coming into this table, and still does, I believe, after giving $1,000 on the river to DT.
2 fold. 3 raised to 25. 4 fold.
DT with Queen Jack gonna bump it up, make it 25 to go. Real Deal, 7-4 suited. And Aviation with ace-9. A quarter to call, and he's going to take the ride, as will Pro Quo. So we'll go 4 ways to our flop. Ace high board, ace 6-10. Gutter ball to a king for DT. Aviation and Pro Quo, both with top pair. And the board pair sixes.
It's amazing. Never had it. I've never even thought to try it.
No, it's really good. And then the cane sauce comes on.
And should the next card, the
They always make you very call.
over the 9 will be a chop pot between Aviation and Pro Quo. See there, fair fight going to the river, heads up.
Now we're definitely mad.
Chop it up. Aces and sixes with a king, provided one player is not bet out of this pot.
85.
Aviation, gonna bet it. Quick call from Pro Quo, chop it up.
What's that? 125. Thank you.
Yeah, works out perfectly nice.
One fold.
And you see a lot of chop pots with 2 ace rag holdings. I wouldn't call those too much of ace rag holdings. Ace 8, ace 9. I'd say it's on the border, but not quite there. Aviation. Speaking of ace rag holdings, ace deuce of diamonds against king 10 of hearts here. And ace high still good, but a heart draw for Pro Quo. He's the statistical favorite. He's going to bet at it. 11 outs for him. 7 of diamonds wasn't one. So Pro Quo still 11 outs. Aviation facing a bet of 15. And it looks like he will chase away ace high.
My grandma has lung cancer.
John on 15.
Take a look at the VPIP. Again, Pro Quo, the highest VPIP so far. Nick still bringing up the rear. We got ourselves a $20 straddle DT with included. Pretty good hand to wake up to a straddle with. He's going to bump it up to 50.
I said raise.
6 raised to 100.
And Real Deal going to 3-bet it here. He makes it 100 to go with Queen Jack. Aviation with the dog, K9.
A fold.
Definitely on the Kings get the sandwich action.
And 2 fold.
Yeah.
That's all I'm smelling.
Brady's going to fold, and DT with the suited ace queen is going nowhere. Heads up to a flop we go.
Enjoy your meal, bro.
King, queen, 5.
Big hack down the side.
Both players with second pair goes check, check. And now a tray. Going to draw a Real Deal out of the woodwork here. He's going to bet 150 at it.
3 call.
DT makes the call, and to the river we go. It's an 8.
30 seconds.
So ace queen is a monster.
Not
I
like
bet 1 to 1.
Six
that,
bet.
Caleb Williams
Yeah.
first bet. How much do you want to do?
You say 1 to 1?
1 to
So
1.
the bet coming in from Real Deal, it's 400.
I'll do like 1 to 100.
You want what?
I'll put $1 on it. If
I don't see a raise coming yet. There's the 1-chip call, and DT ace queen good.
I win more.
Continuing to donate
You would bet
money over there to the 3-seat. Real Deal running into it twice against him.
No, I don't want to do that. His odds are at minus 20,000.
That is.
You'd have to place $20,000 to win $100.
That's 1 to 200. I'm even better than the.
I know.
Better than the line. Favorable book.
Strata 20.
They removed your stomach. What does that mean? Did they put it back?
Nope.
Wait.
Assuming the line is right.
The aggression frequency is correctly tuned in. See, by the numbers, DT has been the most aggressive player at the table. His aggression frequency of 35%.
Do you eat?
5-fold.
I have to. I mean, otherwise I'm fucking die.
But where does it go?
It goes straight to the intestine, gets digested immediately. So stuff like alcohol hits me.
Oh, wow.
9 call.
That's very, like, cost efficient.
Pro Quo with Queen 10 going to make the call.
Still by 1 beer.
And Nick with
One
9.
shot, I feel it.
Wow.
So like pre-workout too is really funny.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're all like 30 minutes before. I take them like 5 minutes. I'm like, I'm fucking.
125 the bet. Real deal with ace high going to stick around. Will Pro Quo take the ride? No, he won't. So heads up we go.
Went all the way down to the bottom of the stomach. So I had to remove.
What's up?
I can
Flop
never
is
remember
7,
the worst thing.
4, Trey, 2 hearts. Nick has the heart department covered, but he's got the overtear to the board. It's time to fire.
That's what I think of immediately.
85 is the bet. Real deal getting stubborn here, going nowhere.
I ain't eating a whole pizza anymore, so.
To the turn we go.
Yeah.
There's an 8. This is not going to be good for Real Deal. He has what he views as top pair.
Like two, I'd say like 3 dominoes.
And Real Deal thinking he's got top pair, top kicker.
That's about what I can do in a sitting.
That's kind of like normal.
And 5-6 got there as a straight combo.
350.
350 is the bet. And Real Deal drawing the 2 outs.
David.
No way. You know who Henry Beckham is?
All income?
All in goes Nick, and I don't think Real Deal can get away from it. He's going to make the call.
Time.
One time, they're going to rip it. 2 outs for Real Deal. And that's one of them. Oh my goodness. How about that from way behind? Real Deal stops the bleeding. Oh my goodness. It was the first bank of Real Deal if he needed some money in a pinch for a long time, but now Thunder's back to where he was before. I mean, maybe a little ways to go before he's back to where he was when he lost that hand to DT in a $4,300 pot not too long ago. But able to hit a 2-outer on the river. There is no justice in this game, and that's why we love it.
In barrel. Did you count it?
It's 15.
It's 15.
Anybody want these fries before it goes?
Yes. Put them on my table.
So Nick gonna reload here. Looks like another 1,500 coming his way.
Oh,
But Real Deal, big hand.
wins 4K pots and then gets 3 fries. Dude, that's the best part. I don't care about the money. I'll take it. The money? Yeah.
Another fry.
6,
Just enough to get me back to you. Yeah, 15.
4-fold, 5-fold.
6 full. Dude, you're a beauty. And I see something. That's ridiculous.
And Juicy with 10-4 offsuit in the hijack. And that's going to be a tough act to follow. We'll see what we can do here. Proquo, 9-4 of clubs. Going to raise on the button with it. 20 to go. Nick with Jack 6, no thank you. DT 8 deuce and Proquo takes it down with a position raise.
I'll take 4 stacks right now.
I have 2 bottoms.
I'll buy whatever. That's why I wanted to
We take a look at the pre-flop raising statistics, and one thing is apparent. Both Brady and Aviation definitely have not been on the aggressive side. They've been content to call off their stacks rather than bet it off. But again, still plenty of show to go. We know the swings are real. Ethan, ace-7 of spades, going to bump it up to 25. And we'll get no takers. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Now would be the time to do so. And while you're at it, why not subscribe? Don't miss any action from any streaming Texas Card House location across the Great Lone Star State. Bridging out the Tuesday night stream of the big game from Dallas. Don't miss 2-5 streaming from Austin and Rio Grande Valley. And you got your 136 as well as your 1-2 no limit coming to you from Houston.
Yeah. No, I kind of like this.
And broadcasting every night now on TCH Live. And for those who haven't checked out the action from Rio Grande Valley, you are missing out. It has been a privilege to watch the 2-5 streams, as well as that inaugural final table stream they did. They had a good tournament, good turnout for that tournament, and a quality final table, if I do say so myself. So to everybody out there in RGV, keep up the good work.
I'll play the rare break even run. Dude, I am here.
Yeah, because that.
Oh yeah, because you
That pop with the aces. Probably the same size.
for like more and then immediately double up.
Yeah.
Like the next hand. That's pretty solid.
Pretty close.
Yeah. I do it the other way around. I roll for 1,000 and get staked. Second the hand afterwards. By you.
8 call, 9 fold.
Well, no, you're typically the reason why I revote in the first place.
And Aviation just going to flat here with ace-queen. He's been involved in some big pots with not big hands, and now with a big hand, he's going to limp it here. And here's why. Here is why. Yes, here comes the limp raise from Aviation. Going to make it 85 to go. Again, not a play that feels too much stronger than the limp raise.
Do you still have the other two?
6 call.
Yeah, I changed it to black chip.
3 player.
So both Real Deal and DT going to hang around after the limp raise, and the flop comes ace 8-9. 2 hearts. And Aviation. Gotta bet it.
8 bet, 131.
131. And the $1 is very important.
3 call.
DT gonna make the call with his ace of diamonds, and we go to the turn, heads up. And oh, good night. DT hitting 2 pair on the turn. Aviation gonna keep firing though. 7 outs for Aviation. Can catch a queen, 8 to pair the board, 9. And the queen does hit, so Aviation got into some trouble, but the ejector seat does not need it. All in goes Aviation, and DT with 2 pair of his own may just have to pay him off.
1121.
1,122 is what he's going to have to call. DT makes the call, and look at this. Utter sickness.
1121.
See it open?
The river 2-pair over a lesser 2-pair that was turned.
Poker gods would ever let me win a hand again if I did.
Absolutely gross.
Oh, they know.
Yeah, they definitely know.
The thing about superstition is it works whether you believe in it or not.
Push the tip back over.
What's up?
He pushed the tip back.
Oh. Keep saying it so that you get to bigger stuff.
Again, second time in the last half hour, we've seen a big river save a hand. Yeah, I thought I'd be more likely to see a chop out, but instead does hit the queen to take her down.
2 4 3 4.
So who's up in the series? That's Brady.
Great. 4 with 25. 5 4.
I might be like a little older than that now. This needs to somehow become 3-3K.
I respect the
Using ace-9 against Bruce Wang. Does connect with bottom pair. We'll see if Bruce elects to try and represent one of the two big cards. He does throw in the bet from the button. 20 to go, and Bruce Wang going to get looked up by Juicy.
Yeah. Yeah, he was crushing it earlier.
2-pair going absolutely nowhere now is Juicy. Bruce Wang drawing completely dead. He's going to try to represent something big.
Yeah, I figured my stack size is just about right for that to get called by something that would make me throw up. I would have told it one pair.
Into the river.
They always do that.
Just happened to catch.
Ace is full.
Yeah, the best.
So if he wasn't going anywhere now to a big bet,
Washington's going to take Drake man.
definitely not going to happen anymore.
Wait, who's taking Drake, man?
Washington, next pick.
No.
I'll bet it. I'll bet it.
Drake.
Now with Bruce barreling both the flop and turn, the question for Juicy, am I going to miss out on some value if I check here? And he's just betting with air.
Yeah, I'll bet like 50 bucks.
Does bet 250 at it.
Daniels, I take Drake man.
Everyone else is washed.
push.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, I'm up like 3.
Dylan, if you can hear me, if you lose the 50 bucks,
I'm sorry.
I think this is plus
Is he
easy bet.
taking all of you?
No,
The jig is up.
20%.
Yeah.
All of it.
I was like,
Oh my goodness, here comes a raise.
Back to Jokers, yeah.
yeah, that joke.
600 is the bet. A hand that could easily represent ace king or ace queen.
Yeah,
What a rough beat that would be if that were the case.
like $6 dead drop at 1-2.
Yeah.
Again, ace is full. That's a huge hand to fold. I don't think he's going to be able to find a fold. He's way ahead anyway.
Yeah. So you Gage, the red jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a cool guy. I like
Yeah, he
it.
seemed nice.
Again, way too much hand to fold, right? Yep, there it is. The call and ace is full is good.
Why, you want to give me some money back? It's a pretty good hand.
No, I didn't put you on and over.
Obviously.
So we check in now with the stacks and earnings. Juicy, our top earner so far, up 1,200. Meanwhile, throwing the party now is Nick, down 1,500.
Don't raise as much next time.
Aviation found his way into the positive earnings category on that big hand where he sucked out with ace queen. Other than that, we got 4 players in the black, and the other 5 in the red.
Just kidding, I know you don't.
The stack size juicy, the big stack just south of 5 grand. Meanwhile, Bruce Wang, after a poorly timed bluff, will find himself the short stack.
Yeah, button from P5, yeah. 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 reads to 25. 4 call, 5 fold, 6 fold.
20 or 25.
Aviation with 6-4 of diamonds, and we've seen him tag along with worse, and looks like he's going to be content to stick around.
Check it.
So 3 ways to the flop. Flop comes ace-9-4. Aviation catching a piece of this board, but Bruce Wang out in front of everybody.
Bro, Kane's is so fire.
That's up.
And Bruce Wang calling the aggression from DT, and now DT connects with the jack.
No, it's not like mayonnaise. Dude, you don't have herpes or anything.
It's like a little bit tangy, a little bit. You're good.
I should have asked before.
And to the river, tray of hearts. And that may have been a great check. It will induce a bet on the river from DT with his jack.
He's pot committed.
And just a call.
Yeah.
Ace is a monster.
Who we prize for, 90?
Yeah.
Very nice prize.
And we'll take a look at the players' V-pips now. At 40 hands, it is Real Deal leading the way, playing 51% of hands. And meanwhile, pulling up the rear is Brady at 17%. And a big jump from last week is Aviation, who is down in the low 20s, finds himself at 38% and tied for second.
$630.
$631.
That's $631 takes the rainbow bet.
It's a $631 bet.
1 raise 20.
So,
You have to use it more sparingly.
Dick with aces.
Or if you just always use
gonna take it 75?
well, the problem is if I use it, then
Oh, correction.
they know
The raise is to 60.
You taste the rainbow, you only have the nuts.
Aviation with 8.
I either have the nuts or I have the capacity to get the nuts.
Pro Quo, soon connected, he'll call, and now priced in is Brady. So 4 ways. We go to the flop.
I'd have to, if I had the nut draw, I'd have to check.
6, tray, 5.
So that when I hit the nuts, then I can do the nuts.
So overpair to the board for Aviation. He'll check it. Of course, the best overpair to the board, that's Nick.
Make it a $631 flop bet. That's crazy.
Too bad. 120.
And you know Aviation was attempting to check with intent to raise.
Shut up, Wes.
Oh my goodness, he found the fold but told me to shut up right before. Ryan, if you're watching, you've started a revolution, my friend.
Had to continue the streak of 4 fold.
That is a fantastic situation.
That was a really bad.
Oh my goodness. Little does he know, he made a fantastic fold. But
Both people in chat are losing their
Doesn't or isn't doing anything.
I said both people in chat are losing their time.
I have no idea. I don't know about. Do you know who Beckham is?
David Beck?
Yes.
No, Beckham's before his time.
Raise 25. 3, 4, 4.
Yeah.
and now Nick, King 10 suited. He's going to bump it up, make it 25 to go.
You watch on
What's that one?
No, it's called Beckham. It's like a 3-part.
You know what I'm talking about?
series.
There's
It's
like
actually really good.
Oh, that guy's not in the group chat. He's just a regular at Joker's.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've played him a couple times.
Yeah, if you're looking for the best possible way to kick off your weekend, I got it. Look no further. The Texas Card House Houston Friday Mayhem Super. A $10,000 guaranteed tournament for the buy-in of $25. featuring, of course, unlimited $20 rebuys,
Costing his team the world.
as well as add-ons at break. So kick off your weekend the best way. Take home the lion's share of $10,000.
That's crowd. The Bears pick is in. Caleb Williams, quarterback USC, to the surprise of absolutely no one.
Real deal with pocket tens.
Yeah, I was trying to
Pro Quo Ace Jack going nowhere. Looks like he's going to be content to raise this. Makes it 65 to go.
You literally do nothing. If you lose 100, you're so pissed. Like, why the fuck did I do that?
And still action behind him. DT 7-4 suited. Real deal not going anywhere with tens. And off we go to a flop three ways.
The Mel Kipler like projection.
And you can see the lack of Belichick and New England still having
And looky here, a heart draw for DT.
2 second-round picks, 3 third-round picks in a Lamborghini.
Pocket tens ahead by a narrow margin right now. He's going to bet him. Barton just going to call the bet from DT. Pro Quo with Ace Jack, no heart. Will make the fold, and heads up we go.
I like how they're flashing like they
To the
for
turn,
the last month.
Yeah.
it's a deuce of diamonds.
They got the #1 pick.
Yeah.
And had DT barreled here, it would be easier to sell something on a missed draw on the river. Instead, the 4 will hit the river, giving him a piece of the board. A real deal now. We're going to go for a little value, $200.
Yeah, I guess. But he's like
Just over half pot.
Yeah, who are we talking about? Connor Bedard.
Is that the guy who people have been telling me like he's gonna be the next Wayne Gretzky?
And he's going to get paid off again. DT making the call, hoping that he was betting a missed draw. Instead, we'll fork over $200 to the man with a pair of tens.
No, that was my number when I played hockey.
And that is going to bring a new dealer into. So big thank you to Tien and welcome in to Andy. He will take over. And while he does, want to again thank everybody for spending their Thursday night with us here on TCH Live. And Wes Tucker keeping you company as the action unfolds. Want to give a big shout out to the Catman, Tim Yu, on the action tracker this evening. Doing a fantastic job.
There's nothing like a bomb pop.
Well, I mean, it has been a pretty nitty game. It's not like there's been 3K pops every time.
Of course, I've been trying to get the Catman to play heads up with Ryan on stream. I think that'd be a fantastic show. 2 players will play any 2 cards to the river for massive pots. And the funny part is I could see the Catman's reaction, shaking his head. I love it.
No, just 8 folds. Like the dealer has to announce every action. And I was eating
we're all caught dead right
Did you just get walked? Yeah. Oh my god. My fault, shit. Cut off my job to cut people off. Cut you off like a Houston driver. His job to hijack you.
Like a Houston driver.
And you're the low jack system preventing me from getting hijacked. Exactly. Is that what we all fell asleep? Apparently, right? I don't know, back in my day when I grew up, the whole position thing stopped at the cutoff. Really? It was just UTG +1, middle position 1.
And Pro Quo with 6s. Just going to flat the raise from Real Deal, and off we go. Real Deal does connect with the board with his 7-5. Thunder's out in front, Pro Quo behind him. All said and done, they're the last 2 left as a jack hits the turn. Check, check again. Queen to the river. I don't see any more money going into this pot. Pair of sixes. No, Pro Quo is going to bet it. Real deal, snap call.
Pair sixes.
And Real Deal is good with a pair of sevens. Wow.
First time I saw sixes not hit a set.
It is actually true. This is the first time at this table tonight. We've seen it 3 times. And one of those times, this one, the sixes have not hit the set. No, correction. They've hit a set 3 times this evening, looking back at my notes.
Take a phone call from your buddy watching the stream. Dude, that guy bluffed it.
No, I got a call from my friend saying stop being a dick.
Oh, that's even better. 50-50 chance that second card's made.
1-1 off.
This is the board card. 6.
Probably a 60% chance that I did pocket this.
Raise
He
it.
literally called me like, stop being a dick. I'm like, dude, you see my cards? Like, no, fuck you.
7 re-raises. Make a 7 card.
Draw 2.
Juicy gonna re-raise, re-bet, 75. Pro Quo with 9s. He's gonna ship it all in.
Yeah, we're about to see it.
You have action on that?
Yeah. He didn't put $50 on it.
Come on, Andy.
And Pro Quo all in with 9. Still plenty of action behind him.
Actually, I take that back. I bought 1 of pocket.
But you need it to be Jane Daniels or you need it to not be Jane
I need to be Jaden Daniels, not Drake.
Stop, you win.
Yep.
Buttons right.
Toss it over.
And Pro Quo gonna take it down. Folding ace queen is juicy. Lots of respect.
You're welcome, Dylan.
We take a look at player stacks now. Juicy the big stack again, up about 1,200. Nick with some catching up to do. Did take down a pot that put a dent in it, but he's got to make a few more dents, to say the least, to get back to even.
Some guy on Twitter said Drake knows.
Yeah. 515.
Send a meme between that. It's like I got insider info. I swear.
They don't walk him on stage though.
Ace queen now for Bruce Wang.
Being that excited to go to the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, well, I mean, you just got probably
Like $6
$1
million.
million.
And Bruce Wang gonna ship it. Phony, good to see you in the chat, my friend. Have an awesome night and hit that like. Absolutely. Took the words right out of my mouth.
That was pretty rough.
Now, does Nick want to flip with pocket threes is the question.
Yeah. And then right as he was going to come
Bruce Wang all in for $603.
to go back to his table.
Someone took a seat.
The next person.
And Nick will put in the call, so we're racing.
There's like another seat over
Small pair against 2 overcards.
instead of the shaft.
Alright, Ethan. I bet.
All right, away we go. 5 deuce 6. There's the queen and the ace. So Bruce Wang gonna take it down.
Marvin Harrison versus anyone else.
Yeah.
So Bruce Wang fighting back in the right direction again. Had a horribly timed bluff against Juicy. That ended up costing him an additional $600.
They could fucking use one.
Yeah.
Could be a quarterback.
No, he's way too good. No, I don't think they're gonna give Drake one. I can't.
And now back to even again. Fighting to get unstuck. Bad turn and river indeed, Phony.
Still there. He would have found a way to trade up into
Drake May is more of a system quarterback for Belichick than Daniels anyways. No, I'm saying like if
Either that or, like I said before, he would have gotten rid of the 3 pick and gotten like the 22nd round pick. in a Ferrari and a mansion in California or something.
Action on 8.
I used to joke as like, in a surprising move, the Patriots have traded their draft pick for every other draft pick in the draft. We don't know how this happened, but
4 raises to 30.
Bruce Wang with the Dolly Parton, 9 to 5. Gonna bump it up from the button. Ethan, King 4 suited. Yeah, and pressure that button raise. I like it.
96.
The 96, Real Deal going nowhere. And we'll see if Bruce Wang just surrenders it or if he elects to try and outdraw his opponents.
Neighbors, Ben. Yeah.
Does make the lay down. Ethan and Real Deal will go heads up. King high against Queen high. Does pair the Jack.
all of Washington's winners.
That's 65.
Ethan going to continue to fire at it though with King 4 of hearts. He's got a backdoor heart draw. Real Deal. Just going to call. We go to the turn. That's going to make the heart draw a much more present threat for Real Deal. Ethan drawing the 6 outs, you can see on the top of your screen. Could also pick up a queen to hit Broadway.
That's 375.
375 the bet.
6 calls.
And a call from Real Deal. So the pot bloats to over $1,000, but the inconsequential deuce will hit the river. It goes check, check, and the jack is way good. Yeah, if you're looking to get on the show or get in on the action in the main card room, here's how you do it. Go ahead and scan that QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Get on the list for the show or the exciting action going on daily in the main card room.
Oh my god, that's a Drake man.
Oh, shit.
Oh. Wow.
9 points.
I suppose a wide receiver is no good if you have nobody to throw the ball.
Maybe they could have just tanked and then
Raises to
got
25.
Sanders next year.
Nick the Queen Jack gonna bump it up 25. Bruce Wang, King 9.
Quarterback.
Real Deal, my favorite hand, 10-9 suited.
Although Brady never really had an all-star wide receiver for him.
Edelman.
He had
Flop comes 6 high, 6-4 Trey. So King high out in front of everybody.
He never really had an elite wide receiver core to throw to. He had Randy Moss past his prime.
There you go. The 9 of spades. So thundering out in front is Real Deal.
Both records together.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to openly root for players, but when they're playing my favorite hand, absolutely. But Bruce Wang right behind him, he's got King 9, of course. So with this bet, he's going to get action from Real Deal. Don't really see Nick continuing any further with just Queen High. And we go to the river heads up. Oh, no, correction. Real Deal raised it. Missed that. Real Deal drawing the 1 out, but he will get Bruce Wang to fold. How about that? And Real Deal stealing one from Bruce Wang.
Got a live 15.
Yeah, Phony, that's definitely a flop that is gonna kill action for sure. And I was asked what my favorite hand was earlier in the stream, and I flat out told him it's 10-9 suited. 10-9 suited. Good middle board coverage, awesome draws. I do think it's one of the more undervalued hands.
It hasn't worked today. It usually works.
But don't look now, the Mighty Ducks for Aviation pocket deuces. As we hit the turn, it's the King of Clubs. So club draw for Ethan, Aviation with 2 pair. And 13 outs for Ethan. Still a relatively fair fight. Aviation gonna make the call, and we go to the river. 5 of clubs, he sucks out. So Ethan with the nut flush. Checks over to him, see what kind of value Ethan can get out of a pair of deuces. 165 is the bet.
Still didn't want to pop.
I mean, it's hard to say aces aren't someone's favorite hand, Rob. I respect that. I mean, anybody can understand why aces would be your favorite. No judgment here whatsoever. Well, let me ask you this, Rob. Besides aces or jacks, or let's even throw away kings or queens, what's your favorite hand that probably, all right, here, you know what, I'm just going to ask the question over again. What is your favorite hand outside of the top 9%ers, Rob? I want to know that one. Because everybody loves aces. Aviation gonna raise the action here. 435. Ethan gonna call it the nut flush, and way good.
I was good the whole time. Didn't see that coming. I knew you didn't have anything, but there's 2 different kinds of not having anything. That's the bad guy.
Definitely so. The Mighty Ducks are a sneaky hand. Just like you said, it's such a well-disguised hand. See, the trick with the Mighty Ducks, though, is getting the right price to step mine. I'm not going to put, you know, half my stack in pre-flop to mine with Ducks. It's not going to happen.
I guess you finally want to pot either way.
Yeah. Can I get it? Can I get a Fiji and do you guys have iced tea?
I can make it.
Yeah, I'll do like.
That's a good thought process, Phony. It really is. I mean, whenever I turn over aces or I turn over, you know, kings, queens, jacks in a big tournament, if I see the opposition has called me with 10-9 suited, my heart drops faster than even an overpair, truth be told. I know there's just so many more ways they could take it down. I mean, regardless, I'm way behind to the overpair, but there's just something of when you knowing you're statistically ahead, but the suited connector comes through and bites you with a straight or a flush. 8-9 suited's up there too, Rob. Yes, absolutely. I remember one tournament I was playing out in San Diego where I didn't see a face card for a solid 5 hours. I was making do with nothing but suited connectors. Suited connectors and some suited gappers, I will say. King 10 of hearts and ace tray of hearts. And Nick will wave the white flag. You know, Queen 8 is one of those hands I really have a love-hate relationship with. I feel like, to me, it's kind of like aces in the sense that I'm either going to win a big pot, win a small pot, or lose a big pot with them. Especially Queen 8 suited. Now, depending on position, I may be opening Queen 8 suited from late position. And again, it doesn't always bite me, but when it does, it takes a big bite out of me. Because the flop will come something ridiculous like Queen 10. Let's just go Queen 10 3. Queen 10 3. You know, I'm getting called down by something like Jack 10. Jack hits the river. It's just absolutely gross. Speaking of jacks, Aviation. Just going to limp to the raise from Real Deal with a small suited connector of his own. Ace, 10, Queen. So a gutter ball to a king for Aviation. He's still miles out in front of everybody. Gutter ball to a wheel for Real Deal, and that is it. Nick drawing dead. Real Deal not going anywhere. He's going to try to hit it on the river. Heads up we go. It's the Queen of Hearts.
I guess there's no right way to play it. Good enough way to play it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you've had success with it, I'm not knocking anybody. The bottom line is the beauty of this game is you can get any two cards and turn them into a winner, even 7 deuce. How you turn them into a winner is up to you. So again, I'm never going to knock anybody. Someone could tell me that their favorite hand is 7 deuce offsuit, and I got nothing but respect for that. You know what? If you can play those cards perfectly, and you can find a way to utilize trickery, you can utilize just aggressiveness to take down pots with it, by all means. Thoughts on limping over raising pre-flop. All right, so I don't know if my mentality is correct for most cash games. Because as most of TCH Live Nation knows, I'm a tournament player myself. I'm not a bad cash game player at all. I'm still just learning how to be better. Because it's 2 different animals. And I really think that if it's good enough to call, it should be good enough to raise. As we see a flop set of jacks here for Juicy and top pair for Brady. Queen of spades puts 3 spades on the board. Get back to your question in just a moment. It's Juicy, again, 82% favorite, looking for something to complete his open-ender is Brady. It's the only hope he's got, little does he know. The river we go, and the board pairing queens is not going to help at all. Jack's full. But to summarize my thoughts, I do think that over-limping is a very serious problem for a lot of people. That's why I've chosen not to be part of that problem. If I want to get my money, I'm not going to call my stack off. I'm going to bet my stack off. If I'm in a bad spot, I'm going to find out pretty quickly, of course. But I do think that any chance you get to play against fewer people post-flop is a chance that you're going to have to take. And that's just my mentality. I know it comes more from a tournament perspective, but in cash, I found success with it, yes. But then again, I'm also no stranger to the limp raise plays either. Do enjoy doing those, both as a bluff and as, an assertion of position as well as bigger cards. Exactly. Saves you a lot of money.
Heavyweight so far.
Ace, king, 4, 2 hearts. And again, when it comes to slow playing, I have had my heart broken too many times. You know, slow playing big hands like aces, or, you know, flopping top 2 pair and just letting them get there. Especially when a big key to the game is denying equity in your opponents. If you refuse to give them the outs they perceive or make them pay for the nose to get there, you're going to hold up more often. And if they do elect to go ahead and say, yeah, I'm going to pay another $110 here to try and catch my flush on the river, or I'm going to pay another $200 to see if I can hit my gut shot, you know, then a lot of the times it's going to hit. It's going to hit. We've all experienced it as poker players. So we look here. Juicy going to open the action with ace-10 offsuit. Pro Quo with ace-7. Now Nick with king-10. And Nick 3-betting king-10 offsuit. It will chase Juicy away and Pro Quo. So Nick and was up there in aggression frequency. As we take a look here, he's also the player who has raised pre-flop the most.
That's the one sweet one. I like that game too. Some people like THIC or
No, I like it wrong. I bet you do.
I do.
And that does conclude our second hour of coverage, and it has been an electrifying table this evening. Lots of fun to watch. Hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. Again, Wes Tucker keeping you company throughout tonight's action on TCH Live.
Yeah,
And if you haven't already hit that like button, now's the time to do so. And while you're at it, why not subscribe? Don't miss any action from any streaming Texas Card House location across the Great Lone Star State. Real Deal, a suited big lick. DT, the computer hand, and Juicy, 10-7 offsuit. We go to a flop, 8-8-5.
That is 65.
Queen high out in front right now. Real Deal making the call with the gutter ball.
321.
And to the turn we go, King of Hearts. So both of our heroes here with flush draws.
That is now 125.
You can see Real Deal with 5 real outs. So we go to the river.
I didn't see, no, I was...
It's a heart. Oh my goodness. So both players flushing out on the river.
Cardinals.
DT gonna bet it. We know a raise is coming from Real Deal.
No, this is.
No, he does. A disciplined call.
They're waiting on 6 right now.
Queen 7 of hearts is good. Boy, based on the history between these two, I was expecting to see a raise somewhere around the $1,000 margin. Instead, a disciplined call from Real Deal with a lesser flush.
Yeah, that is it. Damn.
Poor chick.
Wow, she's small too.
She's pretty tall.
She doesn't look that short.
She's got to be at least like 5'8", 5'9".
Or I got it.
She has that heels.
Yeah.
Notre Dame always says good.
You gotta pause that, bro.
Yeah, dude, because the best offensive linemen are smart. That's what everyone says.
That makes sense.
9 calls, 12.
Yeah, definitely so. Again, these guys, specifically those two, DT and Real Deal, have been involved in some big pots.
You never see like a running back coming out of Harvard.
And it'd be hard to put your opponent on
Raises
a flush draw as well, but And even if you had your opponent on an 8, is that deuce really going to fill him up on the river? I mean, you're really calling pre-flop to a 3-bet with 8 deuce. So we check back in here. Ace tray of spades flopping a flush draw. Juicy taking the lead, and here comes Pro Quo. And good spot to raise with the nut flush draw. Again, just denying any equity, just like we were talked about. Again, you got a ton of equity in this board with the nut flush draw.
I'm living in a Cowway house.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's an apartment. It's like a dorm style.
I've seen him.
It's 3 stories.
I'll say.
Yeah. I'm excited.
So, that kid's going to be the only room? Or is there more than just that?
He left.
Yeah, they can't.
It's just,
you and him?
just me and him.
Oh, shit.
One floor, one room.
Yeah.
And then
I better get that invite.
the first floor is like the kitchen and the couch.
Alright, I'm about to get it.
They're not on campus, they're off, right?
The dorms.
Cowboy.
And been a little bit since we've heard from Brady. Wakes up with a monster, pocket jacks.
I used to.
I try not to.
Aviation announcing defend as he throws in the call. So heads up we go to the flop. Jacks against ace-7, and Jacks still out in front. Check, check. How about a 5? That's going to add a gutter ball to Aviation.
You did a good job so far.
Yeah, I'm more for the word tonight.
I'll show you the profits and losses in just a moment. I'm sure it's coming up soon, our cycle of statistics. Again, $35 is the bet. Of course, going to make the call is Brady as we go to the river. It's a 4. So Brady way good with the jiggities. And here comes a value bet, $125.
It's like a pop size bet.
We'll chase away Aviation, and Brady drags in one. It's been a while since we heard from the kid in the 1 seat.
He's so good.
And again, for those wanting to see the profit and losses, the statistics that cycle on your screen there, like right now it's the RFI statistic. It will show itself every few hands. So keep your eyes there. That will tell you exactly what's going on. I have no personal control over it myself. And everything that I'm seeing, just like how you guys are seeing it, happened 15 minutes ago. So I'm sure it's coming. It does cycle through.
Favorite is Speed, just because he's so like.
So hang tight. We'll get it to you as soon as we can.
And as a person who plays golf.
And speaking of the Mighty Ducks, just having a conversation about that, but an under-the-gun fold from Brady.
I'm one of the few right-handed people who actually plays lefty.
I'm a right-handed person who plays hockey left-handed, and I don't know why.
You go from left to right. It's
Aviation with pocket 5s. Gonna make the call. Pro Quo feeling he's priced in from under the gun with 4 deuce of
I picked
hearts.
up a set of golf clubs. I started holding this
It's 7, 8, 10.
kind of snowball from there.
Checks on through. A jack to the turn. And board pairs jacks, so 5s are good.
Seriously? I'm not gonna complain.
And as promised, here is our stacks and earnings. And DT now the biggest earner, up 1,100. Meanwhile, Nick still throwing the party, down almost $2,000. Real Deal, Ethan, and Pro Quo in the red as well. Meanwhile, Aviation, modest profit of $38 so far. Juicy, the second place earner, $976. And Bruce Wang continuing to trend in the right direction. Again, he's become unstuck for the second time in the last 2
I
hours.
don't liked it, and then I moved to the other sports I started.
Fair enough.
Like golf.
Because it's fixing the fridge.
I never got away from golf.
I've done that.
Now I really just weightlift and rock climb for a boulder.
Where do you climb at?
Momentum.
Silver Street?
Yeah. Katie stuff.
It's far.
There's only like 2 walls.
That's true. Yeah.
Walk
If
the
you,
straddle.
if you like bouldering, you don't go to Tuesdays and Fridays. That's Silver Street.
I used to go a lot. Now it's only like once every couple of weeks.
Not only did
Oh,
you
that's-
not miss anything,
Probably don't have a
down
monthly pass.
$10 out of
No, I
it,
had that.
and then the straddle just got walked. Other than that,
Years ago, I bought a sheet on. Because everything's you can yeah. The 10 punch things.
Yeah.
so I guess we know who the action player is.
Because for Thanksgiving it was like buy 30 get 10 free or 20 free or some shit like that.
Yeah, no, stock on it. It's good.
So instead of getting the yearly, because I used to have both actually.
And alongside the TV table you're watching now in the main card room, not only do we have 3 1-2 no limit games, how about a couple of 1-3 no limits, as well as a round of each list. But I think the big attraction tonight is the 50-100 fixed limit mixed game. And looking forward to taking a gander at that myself. Might jump in after the show is over tonight. And for those who are looking to play mixed games, they've found a new home here at TCH Houston, spreading everything from 4-8 limit mixed games to tonight we have a 50-100 limit mixed game.
I climb.
3 ways we go. Kings lighting the way. 2 hearts on a 9-high board. So King's still way out in front for Juicy.
I think it was a decent because there were 2 dinos in it. 2 really big
It checks through. Board pairing 5. Definitely don't want to see a check from Juicy this time.
Or sorry.
And 2 pair for Real Deal. This could get him in trouble. 2 pair top kicker. But Juicy will make the bet. It's going to chase Aviation out. And now Real Deal. Basically needing an ace or a 7. Instead, the 9 will pair the board twice. So counterfeited 2 pair for Real Deal. But Juicy may still get paid off with his overpair of the board. Check, check. Kings are a monster. Don't really understand the check from Juicy here. And didn't heat up for Real Deal until the 5 hit, which really could tell you at that point he is playing a possible flush draw. Definitely not looking for a straight on a board like that.
I mean, that's your standard flop for single spades. It's not the worst. I saw a woman because
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, especially when we're putting things into perspective here, when it comes to Texas poker. Now, I have seen the 1-3 game play like the 5-10 games I used to play in Nevada. I've seen 1-2 games play like the 2-5 games I used to play out there. It's everything is bigger in Texas is not just an empty statement when it comes to poker. I mean, even out here, I'm not going to play 1-3 no limit unless I'm ready to jump in and match the stack at about $2,500. It's a great game, don't get me wrong. The action in Texas is second to none.
I mean, if it's still going by
A flop comes ace, jack, Trey on a battle between ace, king, and queen nine. Pro quo going nowhere. 4 of clubs to the turn. You really don't see Pro Quo calling another street here. Well, with the club draw becoming a big threat, Aviation going to up the bet sizing, make it 180 to go, and that will get the quick eject from Pro Quo.
Yeah, we did it fine. No, that's
So as we have a dealer change, let's look at the V-pips. And real deal, the highest V-pip at 46%. Brady is the lowest. Right behind him is Ethan at 17%. Proquo at 40% in second place. Aviation at 37%. Got a big hike in the V-pip numbers compared to last week, where he was in the low 20s.
I mean, technically, I do have homework, but it's like,
You're like, I phoned that shit in.
yeah.
Senior
that
itis.
shit to go to.
I never thought I'd be playing
I always grew up being like 20 years younger than everyone else.
I think I called it already.
It's kind of fun.
And it feels weird being the old man.
I'm not super old or anything. I was just saying, I didn't think that this would happen so fast.
I know.
No, I don't mind it until people start asking me how my field trip was today, and I'm like,
Is very true.
Oh,
Down at a 150 table before the show. One of his friends asked him if he was missing the school field trip being here today. For those who don't know, this 18-year-old kid is a force to be reckoned with.
Dude, the amount of, when I was playing the main event for the Poker Atlas tour, everybody at the table was asking me, like, what are you doing here?
Really?
Yeah.
You don't even look like he looks like he needs to be his hand needs to be
Yeah.
held while he's walking through the building.
Yeah.
dude, there's a lot of high schoolers who play here, but
Yeah.
I feel like none of them get more high school jokes than I do.
Well, you're just,
I think the most hilarious part of this is that I'm the oldest person at the table and I'm the only one who actually did bring his mom in.
Should we get five
Yeah, both Aviation and DT having midlife crises at my table tonight. Oh boy. You want drama? We got it for you. Appreciate the feedback, Jay. I will take a look at it myself. I don't know if there's going to be anything I can do about it tonight, but I will definitely take a look at it, my friend. Thank you. And I do agree. I do agree. I want a clear, crisp picture of it.
I thought he was just Strata, we put up $70 on it. I don't know you're that crazy.
Didn't even hang it.
2 players.
Not really.
We go heads up to the flop. It is 10-5 deuce.
So basically your eyes are glued to the TV.
Both players with air.
That's one more problem.
Seven of spades changes absolutely nothing. But Pro Quo with ace high gonna bet at it. Real deal with king high. And he's stuck around with worse. So it looks like he is gonna stay around, see if he can flip the river. And does not do so. So king high no good. Pro Quo gonna make a bet and real deal throwing it away.
Oh, okay.
7 deuce.
I don't want to know if it's
7 deuce.
What was that? Ace high?
2-piece segment bluff.
That's just called thin value.
It's called a 2-piece segment bluff. Yeah, that was going to be expensive for me. I had ace 7 plus. Flopped the nut flush draw, turn 7, bring the river, probably can't go there all in. So thank you for the $70
Eating
show.
2 Twix consecutively will make you really fucking fat. Hey, what's up, Ron?
Here we go.
Oh my God.
just wait till you rewatch the.
To answer your question, Phony, yes, they do. They decided not to tonight,
Oh,
but it has been done multiple times on stream. Always a fun game. I think my favorite version of the Nick game is when the board comes out, all one suit, all spades, all clubs, all hearts, all diamonds. Everybody who had relinquished the knit button gets it back.
Play it anyway.
plays
So
this
now
Adds
I know
some
it.
drama a little bit, you know?
And now my money is unsafe. That's the whole reason I came
Because
up
we used to
here.
play that back when It was just a stand-up game.
Well, I mean, it's
at
gotta be
that
refreshing
point,
this time you
really.
actually come here and you actually have to see.
And the Nick games allowed everybody to just hang
I
out
saw
in
that,
their
and then I saw you
chairs.
turn around just in time to see him take the seat and like, oh.
But I do
God.
remember fondly
Please tell me this
lots
isn't
of
the same
time
guy.
standing playing that Nick game. Still really big out on the West Coast to do it, and even in the 1-2 no limit games out there. I mean, even in the spread limit games back in Arizona, we were playing the stand-up game. And having grown up playing spread limit poker, the transition into no limit, I mean, it just made the stand-up game that much more fun and chaotic.
650 is the account.
Do you have enough to make it 669? I started the stream with 769.
And how are you doing?
He's up. I'm down like 100 maybe.
Alright, we're gonna keep it at this.
And looky here. Action comes to the table, and action, thy name is Ryan.
Had us in the first half, no lie.
No, we still haven't played yet.
So here's to see just what this master manipulator of position can do.
No Omaha.
And Ryan's been one of those players where it's
Yeah, that means it's been good.
doesn't
poker,
really
which is
matter what
not
the cards
my
are. I mean,
forte.
we've said it on air a few times. Ryan's got his favorite hand, any two cards.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll do that.
But he uses pressure and position perfectly. So scrutinize him all you want. He's still making great plays, even when he's making weird-looking bets for TV.
But the aces never improved. It wasn't like a boat or a flush or something. Like the best hand that won was just trips that got run.
Bruce Wang, Real Deal, Juicy, and DT will go to war here in this pot. 10-4 deuce on the flop. And Bruce Wang out in front with a pair of fours. He is going to bet it, and it will chase everyone away. So how about that?
10, yeah, 4 hours.
We're getting fast.
It normally ends at 10, but people play poker games sometimes.
They're doing the first 24-hour stream today.
It ends at 9:45.
Okay.
What time is the Staples close?
I did not know that.
I didn't know Staples was still.
I'm supposed to pick up a poster for my girlfriend. But I could also do it in the morning.
So you can see the priorities of Ryan seem to be perfect.
Tim's giving me a hard time.
He just said thank you for coming
Tell
down.
Tim to come down. I have some words to share with him.
He says he wants Tim to come down.
And share words.
There you have it. Ryan's calling out the Catman on TV.
Maybe you just pull out a piece of paper and hand it
And these words. Tim, I have to work my salary job if I'm going to afford to keep making donations to your establishment.
Brady ace jack off suit, and Ryan a suited gapper.
2 calls, 25, 3 folds. 4 calls, 25.
Bruce Wang with big slick. He's just content to call with an Ethan with eights. Aviation 8-4 suited.
Good bet, you got everyone out.
Gonna make the call, and Pro Quo's gonna stick around too. So 6 players. The Texas heads up.
I apologize in advance for that.
And Ryan flops top pair. Look at this.
Pretty much.
Ahead by a razor thin margin right now.
2 checks, 4 checks.
He does have backdoor spades. Again, he's higher percentage to win this hand than the pocket eights of Ethan, and overpair to the board.
12, 25, 9, and 1 fold. 2 and 4.
And Ryan is going to release it, though.
3 folds.
We go 3 ways to the turn. King of Hearts.
West in the
From where you're seeing this.
I know.
He's going to have to wait until the camera is actually on him to do it. But looking forward to another fourth wall break. Aviation with his pair of fours. He's going to bet it here. 145 on this river. Is going to get the pocket eights released, and now Real Deal with a pair of fives. He dig deep and find a call here. You know, we've seen him call with less, so wouldn't be surprised if he makes the call here and is pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Does. Pair of fours, no good.
Never mind, Wes. You were right.
Yes, I know I was right. And a big thanks to everybody spending their Thursday evening with us here on TCH Live. And I hope everybody's Thursday night is treating them well. Just a reminder that on Friday and Sunday, you can catch a 1-2 No Limit live stream from TCH Houston. Of course, those air without commentary, so you just get the raw emotion on the table from the players as they do battle.
Did you really? Right. No.
I just had a weird feeling in my stomach. Maybe that's not.
That was so un-Ryan-like.
I know.
Crazy.
I was like, I liked that hand, but that was not the fluff I was looking for. Didn't want to
So un-Ryan-like, he says.
I just had this weird feeling in my gut that you were going to take all my money out of it.
Looky here, Ryan, with a couple sevens this time. You can see that little twinkle in his eye after releasing a 7 that would have won the hand. Again, betting out the pocket eights. I mean, we know Ryan would eventually find a call on the river had he stuck around. Ethan, ace jack of hearts. And Kojak, bang bang, for Real Deal. And he's going to 4-bet this. On the button with King Jack.
You make 25.
And Ryan gonna release sevens. My goodness, has this man turned over a new leaf? Are we looking at a new disciplined Ryan? I mean, he was miles ahead, sure, but never seen him lay down 2 cards that quickly before, let alone 2 cards that look alike.
Depends on the flop.
If that's your answer.
Depends on the river, too. That's how poker goes.
Of course, I was trying to. Oh, okay, here he's got 10s this time. I don't think he's going to find a full pre-flop now.
Let's try again. 30.
30. He says, "Let's try again."
3, 4, 4.
Ethan, Queen 10 of diamonds.
What was that?
You're getting 401 this time. Had it come from you, I actually might consider.
Ace 7 of diamonds, and there's the last 10. It's in the hand of Brady. King 10 of hearts. So 4 players will see the flop. All the 10s are still in play, as you can see there. 1 in the hand of Brady, 2 in the hand of Ryan, 1 in the hand of Ethan. The flop comes 8-8-6. So Ryan out in front, and he's not going to let it go unheard from. Here comes a bet of 100. course, everybody knows 8-6 is all over Ryan's pre-flop raising range.
Don't believe you, but I still can't.
I don't believe you, but I still can't call.
Maybe the last one.
Anybody you want to trade these up for reds?
Making it, yeah, if you want, I'll give you that.
No, I'm joking.
Nice.
Otherwise, it's
So
gonna
I'm
take.
guessing making it 400 to go with 9 years would have been an unprofitable play.
Good 9 deuce.
Honestly, when you
Hey,
picked up the
Watson
chips,
would've been
I got a weird feeling in my gut.
Actually, no.
I was concerned.
Ryan's never folding tens. Maybe.
I folded top pair earlier, remember?
I do.
Oh.
Yeah, you're a changed man. You're a
Let me
changed
just
man.
make sure
Ryan
that's-
folds? That's what I'm saying. I didn't know that was in his
Only if he's
Yeah,
heads up
folding
against
isn't
me,
in my
then
range.
nuts.
Yeah.
Only if he's heads up against me, then he can find it.
Boy, another pocket pair for Ryan. He's going to flat here.
Take a Corona.
He's going heads up with Juicy. Another paired flop, too. So Ryan thunders out in front. Juicy going to bet it. Ryan going nowhere. Okay. We got the old Ryan back. 4 outs for Juicy. A 4 to the turn. Check it, see if Juicy fires another round at it. Does go check to the river. It's a 9. So Juicy comes away with a rivering, a better 2 pair. And Ryan not making him pay on that turn really comes back to bite him. Will get the call. Juicy will turn over the 9, and Ryan outdrawn on the river.
Value owning? Value owning, yeah. That's so funny that you asked me and then I asked you. Remembering the reference that you did.
See there, these stacks and earnings. Juicy, the big earner, up 1,300. And meanwhile, with the exodus of Nick in the 2 seat, Ethan has taken over the prestigious honor of throwing the party, down about 500. Everyone else going to pass Nick's money around the table for a while longer. Ethan, ace, queen. And here comes Pro Quo with my favorite hand, 10-9 suited. Kojak, bang bang for Bruce Wang. And 3 players will see the flop. 9 high board. And don't ever sleep on 10-9 suited. Gotta love it. Rocco gonna bet top pair. And it will get the job done. Again, if you're looking to get your tournament fix, we got more coming your way at TCH Houston. Memorial Madness Weekend, starting on the 22nd of May. A $100,000 guaranteed tournament with a $300 buy-in. 8 flights, count them, 8 flights. Plenty of opportunity to come through. And if you still don't get your fill, we got a one-day 50K coming up. That is May 27th at 2 p.m. 2 massive tournaments. One amazing weekend. More info at texascardhouse.com/Houston. You always get a little more of a pep in my step when I see another big tournament coming. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hope to see everybody out here for it.
5 folds, 6 folds, 20. We raise it 20, 7, 8, 9 folds, 1 folds, 2 folds, 20, 3 folds.
Comes back around to Bruce Wang with Kojak again. Gonna 3-bet, make it 70. And 3 players will see the flop. King Jack, Ace 5, and Jack 6. So King Jack flopping top pair. Jack 6 ends up with a flush draw. Meanwhile, Real Deal with a lot of catching up to do. He will fold it. Ryan going nowhere with his flush draw. So we go to the turn. Ryan against Bruce Wang. 10 on the turn. Seven outs for Ryan, drawing to 20%.
You go and hope to still be at first round, or do you delay to your risk getting hurt? And
150 is the bet. And it will chase the draw of Ryan away. So Bruce Wang getting it done.
You know, aren't going to be the number 1, number 2 guy. Do you go now and risk going way down, or play another year, risk getting hurt, or
It's a very stat QB class.
yeah.
No.
And it's through line structure. You gotta look at that.
I keep forgetting.
Oh, you get your headbutt back.
And Ryan been here for 7 hands, and he's played 71% of them. So we take a look at the VPIP numbers. Of course, we know that number would be a lot higher. Should have Ryan have made the number of hands. The number would remain about the same based on the last few streams we've seen him on. And when he made his live stream debut, he was playing a whopping 94% of hands, and he was at the table from the beginning. If there was ever somebody that embodied the I hate folding mentality, it is Ryan.
Yeah, they're better if they're 7th round.
So Juicy and Real Deal heads up. And it's Queen, Jack 5, 2 hearts. Gutter ball for Juicy. See if he sticks around trying to find it.
And it's from the 80s. So
Jim played, John was always like staff.
Wasn't there dad head coach also in that sense?
How did he get it?
Will make the fold. And that's something you want to chase, especially you're getting a horrible price to do so on a gutter.
$2,000 bought that watch. So yeah, it has sentimental value.
That's really good.
Spent so much money trying to fix that.
That's a cool story. It's almost better than a scroll.
Every time, yeah, I was gonna say something.
Yeah.
Every time he straddles, like,
Which one?
was the board king high?
No, it turned to king. It turned to king.
No, I didn't turn to pair.
Oh, I thought you did.
How the board was king 10 5 5.
9 folds, 1
Aviation gonna stick around with King 7 of clubs. Ryan, pocket fours. Again, pocket pairs galore in the 2 seat.
Man, you just made it too small.
5 players.
5 players will see the flop. A lot of clubs burned as we see a queen 6 queen board.
8 checks, 20 checks.
And right now, Ryan out in front with fours.
I make it 136.80.
That's not the craziest strategy.
And you can see 8 of the 13 clubs on your screen right now.
We've had more than 80.
Ryan gonna bet it, and he'll take it down with the fours. Looky here.
He bet in 100.
Last year with the streamer, we had to go all the way around the table. 5, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80, 163, 26, 40.
How deep was it?
Can we please do that?
No, can we not?
We're like 10 deep.
Everyone has to do it?
No, we just.
And Ryan having PTSD from the last time we had a straddle, re-straddle situation. He woke up with 7 deuce
No, it didn't.
and did not find the call
Why not?
after the player jammed all in.
Playable blackjack I can, but not a good blackjack.
And he had already put 3/4 of the call in
Straddle to 21.
at that point. I think the unwritten rule of the straddle, re-straddle is you got to make the call.
I did not win.
I remember that one night when you guys were doing red and black flips.
Oh, yeah.
And Pro Quo with the hooks.
Didn't we have this conversation before? What happens to you? You raise my shot.
Ryan not electing to play ace 9. Ethan, Kojak,
One flop away from.
and Aviation 42.
Increase the amount.
Increase the amount, so we did 500 to 1,000 at a time.
Will find the full as well. So Pro Quo, arguably the best way to play jacks.
Shows jacks.
Takes it down pre-flop without a fight.
Lightly
I
deep.
play variants of it with Reese and 25 hands, but we each pick an individual specific card.
Ace trade
So if that card comes from this place,
No.
and so like if it's, let's say my card's almost 7 diamonds.
There's an ace on the flop. I can have ace.
Let's say it comes like queen spade 7 diamonds, ace.
Next round king.
And it would be
Careful. Very
5x
careful about how
to
you
155 plus 4 is 150.
I don't even remember what I have.
I was like that 4 ago.
Each person gets double that money.
Yeah, I don't
They get 4.
That's a blind raise.
That's cool.
I like that. Yeah.
It's probably something good.
That's a restraddle. That's a
Yeah,
restraddle.
yeah,
Yeah, you
straddle,
can restraddle.
straddle, yeah.
Unlimited
There's only one straddle, but it's an unlimited amount. There's only one straddle.
Wait, so
So
Unfortunately, I
one
think
straddle and a bunch of blind raises has been talked about.
There's only one straddle with unlimited.
I think you should
See if it materializes.
Take a bad shot.
Well, again, we know Ryan said can we not.
Take it back.
he said
That says you can do it.
Oh,
Last string.
so you still want to do it?
yeah.
2 posts.
Ryan gonna make the call here with a suited connector. 5-4 of clubs. DT pocket 10s. 150 to go. Aviation queen 10 of hearts.
You got to pump it up. I'm either going to be pissed at you or I'm going to thank you.
Does lay it down. For as we know, Ryan, in for a penny, in for a pound. He's not going anywhere. There you go.
2 players.
5-4 suited against 10s. Let's rock and roll. And he flops open-ended. Open-ended, does have backdoor clubs to boot. Checks on over to DT. DT gonna barrel.
2 goes on.
150 to bet. All in goes Ryan, and DT will lay it down. Beautifully played by Ryan.
Really cool to see the broad.
Queen 10. 50 is a pretty big amount for queen 10 in your first act every single hand. Every single straight.
Do orange make the game of 1 through 6, 15? Just keep 15 on. It seems like everyone's putting
Yeah, 1-3-6 is the game this evening. And for those wondering, the minimum straddle is $15, but it's uncapped. You can straddle for whatever you want. You want to go all in as a straddle? Do it. Love to see it.
It allows me to let my money
We've
off.
seen 21 so many times.
I've done it twice.
I haven't been here longer than 30 minutes. Stables is still open.
Ace deuce of hearts for real deal. He's going to raise the action. Makes it 50 to go. Aviation. Ace jack. Offsuit.
8 calls, 15, 9 folds.
Going to flat with it here. And Brady won't continue with 7-4. So heads up we go. Acey deucey against ace jack. Or pairing 10s, so chop outs for real deal.
That's 31.
Doesn't count.
6 calls, 31.
And real deal gonna stick around. We go to the river. But that's not one of the chop outs for sure. Aviation coming away with 2 pair, jacks and 10s. And the bet 131. Again, the $1 definitely looks interesting, but real deal ends up paying off aviation here.
You have one color, then every bet's a taste of the rainbow bet. There's got to be a minimum.
It's a colorblind taste.
Taking a look again at the stacks and earnings. Real deal with that pot puts him up $50. So trending in the right direction. Ethan now throwing the party down 480, but Juicy again winning some big hands against Nick, who was in the game for a little over $2,000 before he made his exit.
Yeah, I had a feeling I needed that.
Yeah.
I have to know what your left arm means.
What about my left arm?
The fucking rights. I gotta know what it means. Are you talking about like rights as in like?
No, it's just a saying. Fucking rights.
Oh, I've never heard that.
Fucking rights. I lost a big pot.
Oh, I'm gonna incorporate that one in my keeping.
Oh, I thought you were like left-handed and you hated right-handed people.
Fucking rights.
Yeah, that actually.
Rights.
What's funny is I am usually left, so that would work.
Well, I noticed the watching.
Yeah.
Although, ironically enough, like I said, I am right-hand dominant, but I like having the watch on right hand. I play golf. I play golf
Southpaw
left-handed.
discrimination. Not generally a problem. Ryan 10-7 of hearts. He's going to stick around. Wants to see a flop against real deal. And 10-7 suited against 8-9. And looky here. Picks himself up a flush draw. And now, how about open-ended and a flush draw? Look at here. Ryan, 75. Real deal makes the call. 9 outs for Ryan to the river. That wasn't one of them.
He kept on handing the right-handed drivers.
Ryan gonna bet at it. Again, real deal. We know he'll call a pretty wide range, to say the absolute least. And this time he's good with a pair of 9s. 9s and trays with an ace.
Syndrome. It's so real.
Team ass.
No, you're good, man.
I want to see the bottom of the deck.
Player 4,
Everyone's congratulating each other like they did it.
I'm sorry, player 3.
They said,
you know, like everybody survived or
We got him.
the day saved.
got him. Folks.
4 folds. 5 raises to 50. 6, 7 folds. 8 folds, 50. 9 folds, 50. 1 folds. 2 folds.
Oh, I had a bad feeling you were about to bump.
Well, if you stayed in, you would have.
4 players.
So all the dust settles. 4 players to the flop. Led the way is ace high, and we go to that flop. Aces connect.
Not much easier flop last time. Would have been a lot easier to deal
So
with.
Pro Quo out in front with a pair of aces, pair of 9s for DT. Open ender for Aviation. Can pick up Broadway or an 8. We'll get the job done.
He's snickering, isn't
Pro Quo gonna make the call. A bet is 131 against Aviation, the $1 increment he puts on the end of his bets. Makes good TV. As the 5 of diamonds hits, now Pro Quo, along with top pair, has a flush draw.
Driving home, and I was like,
The river, and the king is going to complete Broadway.
so glad I only had like $300.
Aviation
Yeah.
with the nuts.
Now
Max paid every single time. I'm a flop too.
yeah.
I think we both checked.
I checked because I thought you would bet that.
Or
A
maybe-
Will Bennett, 265 is the number. And Pro Quo finds some great folds. He's a very balanced player.
he? Nuts.
So this time we'll make the call and we'll get shown the nuts.
Yeah, it was open ended.
But it's just talented. Literally 30 seconds before that, I was just like, I won't fucking play ace queen ever
Yeah,
again.
because you're saying it's the parking lot. Yeah. Unlucky.
I'm not gonna say it.
I had it tonight and I found a bad hit.
Did you?
Yeah, I was like, oh boy.
Well, I haven't seen aces since king thing,
Wait, you're allowed to get like more than one ace at the same time?
so occasionally.
I witnessed it.
I've seen it.
Oh yeah, you did, didn't you?
I hit my quota for the year though. We get it. I only get 3 times. I love the
3,
pop.
4, 5,
I just wanted to come up here and
4 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds.
it makes, that's why I call so much extreme. It makes every hand feel like an awesome game.
Yeah. And I hate the way they look.
That's more color in the
What, the cards?
Yeah.
Yeah, the snap on the felt so nice.
Snap is fantastic.
Other than that,
Well, just like another music artist that he probably doesn't know once said, let's give him something to talk about.
Who's that?
Bonnie Raitt.
2 bits 30.
Yeah.
I've never ever heard of a person named Bob.
And 7, 5, 4, all clubs, open-ended straight flush for Ryan to go with the flop straight. So Ryan takes it down.
You never heard of Bonnie and Clyde?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Alright,
There we go.
MLW, so 1-3-6. It just means we're playing with 3 blinds. So normally you'd be playing 1-3 no limit. Here with 3 blinds, 1-3-6 no limit, which means just simply means you. Well, I'm gonna like way oversimplify it. You got the small blind, big blind, and the bigger blind. I mean, I think that's the simplest way to put it. It's just a 3 blind game.
I know you're gonna race.
Ethan, ace, jack, off suit, under the gun +1. Looks like he elected to straddle, so we'll see that in just a moment. We get around to Andy, who's got himself, pardon, Brady got himself a suited ace. Ryan, interesting to see Ryan folding jack 10 here. And now Ethan with ace jack, he's gonna go ahead and 3-bet. Make it 225 to go, real deal. Very wide calling range. And Brady gonna stick around. It's a good question. It's a good point. Why not make it a 2-5 or a 5-5 game? You know, and personally, we've asked them, and they just said we prefer to keep it at 1-3-6. So I mean, each their own, I suppose. We're more than happy to keep it this way for them. As Brady ends up flopping top and bottom pair. Top pair for Ethan. Gonna bet 160 at it, but Brady not gonna let 2 pair go unheard from. But yes, I would love to get to a point where we're playing, 2-5, 5-5. Even if we bring back 5-10, I mean, this game plays as big as 5-10 used to sometimes. So ace jack, ace 8, 1400 in the middle, and now the 8s are counterfeited. Aces and kings, the jack is playing as the kicker. Into the river. Oh my goodness. What a sick run out.
I mean, the first time I felt really old.
A-Town, I agree with you 100%. If word doesn't reach him by the end of the show, I'm going to go give him a hard time for you.
What? One, yeah.
The 325 is the bet.
You're legal for everything. Oh, crap.
Anytime, MLW, anytime.
Graduating high school who learned about 9/11, this historical event that happened before they were born. Yeah.
Yeah, monster flop for Brady. Horrible turn card.
People graduate college.
He does find a fold. Look at that.
Yeah.
Ethan takes it down, has him vastly out.
Instead of influencing.
Why are you not in college station?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have ourselves a quick dealer change. And what timing it is, that brings us to the conclusion of our 3rd hour of coverage on tonight's crew. Has been an absolute blast hanging out with everybody. And Wes Tucker keeping you company throughout tonight's action. We got one more action-packed hour right up ahead. And the question, MLW, do you think it creates more action or not? I tend to think it does, truth be told. I mean, I've seen 1-3. 1-3 already plays big here in Texas. 1-3-6, you're adding not only the opportunity for a big straddle, but you're also offering the opportunity to, I mean, looking for a way to phrase this.
I'm up $72.
When you're able to play bigger, Texans generally take every opportunity they can to play bigger. And that being said, I mean, we talked about it not too long ago. Why not just make the game a 2-5 or a 5-5? I completely understand. But when more players have more money invested in the pot, it means they're more likely to call on marginal holdings, especially if you're already putting money in as one of the 3 blinds.
I'm sorry. 25?
Yeah,
it's 25.
I have 25 on P6.
Yeah, more players involved with the pot, more action. Because the general belief,
It's unlimited and uncapped.
15 or more. 15 or more. There you go. Thank you for the answer.
But they don't want to play 7 deuce. Bunch of degens. They don't even want to have fun.
100's the bet zone. One makes it 325.
you do make a valid point. I do. I do understand exactly what you're saying, 100%. But I do think that when it all comes down to it, it's just with more players, with more money invested, means you're going to get more action. I think that's the general thought process.
Table wants blood.
Brady with pocket jacks, going to 4-bet, make it 325. Real deal.
I'm asking honestly.
No.
With 8-4 offsuit.
I gave you that.
Does find a fold, and pro quo with king queen.
Fold 6.
In a hand like this, definitely shrinks up to any 4-bet.
Mike tried to give you an out.
I'm giving you the minimum. Let you know. All in, Joe. All in, seat 9. About 500. Call. How about call?
Man, I am so glad I didn't.
And pro quo gonna ship it. Brady gonna make the call, and now we go to the flop. Jacks against king queen. And it looks like the flop comes 5 tray 4. No, 9 tray 4. So Jacks out in front. Pro quo drawing to 6 outs.
Oh, I was totally thinking it was over my brain.
There's one of them. Can Brady save on the river? No, it goes running king queen. Pro quo takes it down.
Pocket jack. Jack snow.
No, it's pre-flop.
It was all in pre-flop.
Trying to get my
I made the fantastic lay down of 7 digits.
Good on you for folding 7 deuce, my friend. A hard hand to fold, I know.
I certainly don't want it. I just had my opportunity to play 7 deuce.
Get it again. It's possible. It's not like aces. There's no quota.
591.
It's the same chance of getting 7 deuces as you do ace king.
Bingo.
591.
And yet, when we had the 7 deuce
should
bingo
really play
2
the
weeks
ace
ago, I got
king.
dealt ace king like twice. And I know we got 7 deuce.
Very cool. You're going to have to let me know how it goes. You're going to have to let me know.
You're the guy. Dang. This is the first ever.
When you look at the player stacks, real deal, still the big stack of the table, 4,686. Meanwhile, Ryan in seat 2 is the short stack at $757.
I have the same problem.
And everybody in between ranging from just over $1,000 to just over 4,600 themselves. And Juicy nipping on the heels of real deal.
$10.
But only if, after that, you're willing to agree to give me 25 every time I win with 7 deuce.
That is
For the rest of eternity.
for the rest of eternity. He's gonna be playing one night by himself. He's gonna call you up and be like, "Hey, you owe me $50."
Find some home game in the middle of nowhere.
Dude,
Take a picture of it.
7. Straddle on 7. 15, gentlemen. 8 fold. 9 fold. 1 fold. 2 bets 45. 3
Next
fold.
10's going to be my last if they want to call
1
the next
fold.
person.
4 fold. 5 fold. Raise to 106.
I don't think you want Joey.
Seat table 6. 7 fold.
He's on the waiting list and he's
Why not?
Why not?
106 is the bet.
Yeah,
1 fold.
he didn't run
So
too
King Queen in the hand of real deal this time. Ryan Queen 6 facing $61 more to make the call.
Call
And in true Ryan fashion, happy to do so.
Yeah. I won't have 3,000 hurt me tomorrow.
And King Jack from DT will stick around as well. 3 ways to the flop we go. And it's a 10 high board, 2 clubs.
Check
But it's
2.
deep stack.
So King Queen high out front, checks around.
I've had 3K in my sleep.
And now a pair of
Check
kings.
6.
You take house rank at your own game.
No.
Ryan gonna try to represent it.
1 1/4. Seat 2.
$125 is the bet. DT gonna make the call, of course. And Real Deal
450, 26.
gonna raise it. And Ryan trying to represent a card that both the members of the opposition have. Will reluctantly fold it. And DT going nowhere. And 2 outs for DT as the 6 of hearts hits the river.
Check 6, check 3.
Check, check, and King, Queen's a monster.
3, 4.
Whole stack breadcrumbs.
This is my last 10. You want the whites?
Oh, sure.
I had a queen. I had a jack.
You had a queen and a jack?
No, I said I could have hit a jack.
I was gonna
Queen and a
say.
6. Hit my 6 on the river.
I would have liked the jack.
Yeah, I know you would have. It would have screwed me. But I would have been out of money anyway by then after calling your first bet.
We'll end up straight though.
Now that I'm all racked
So
up,
you would have
with
bigger
control
faces.
Yeah.
I would have had a little bit.
Yeah.
You know how it works.
Yeah, straddle your last name too, right?
I'm up exactly 350.
Dude, straddle it all.
Is that right?
Straddle it all.
About 3 critter.
Oh, so if you play a hand,
Exactly
it's gonna be
350.
the nuts because you
So
don't know.
I'm either going all in or folding. So I either have aces,
My
kings,
vote's
or
on the
7
ladder.
Aces, kings, or 7 deuce.
It's most likely something.
If it's aces, kings, or 7 deuce, I'll go all in. Otherwise, I fold.
Is that binding?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what's the problem? Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
1, fold. 2,
God, that
fold.
just feels so gross every time I do it.
Holding?
25, keep 3.
Don't hurt your arm. You're not
Holding
used to
three.
it.
Holding 3.
You're not used to it. You gotta work your way into it.
Yeah, exactly. Gotta get some left on action in there. Otherwise,
So heads up we go. The mighty 7 deuce making an appearance.
you live in the Heights.
No.
Ace, King, Trey.
So when you make a
And Real Deal folding to any bet. DT gets one through with the best starting hand in poker.
oh shit! Do you want it?
We want it.
Remember, it's lifetime. You can take the deal. I would also pay you for $10.
And it looks like we're going to be saying good night to Aviation.
Even if it's online.
Wish you the very best, my friend. Looking forward to seeing you again next week. And again, with the seat open,
My lifetime debt with a buddy.
we'll see if we can get another face in there. But if you want to get on the wait list for the show or anything
Poker hands.
in the main card room, go ahead and scan that QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Get on the wait list for the show,
Or
for the 1-2 streams tomorrow and Sunday, or just some of the normal everyday action in the main card room.
I generally fix the call, 1 fold.
because then I'll just get pissed off.
And highlight of the night, I think, is the 50-100 fixed limit mix game.
2 bets, 25. 3 folds.
Again, featuring my new favorite mix game of all time. And it took me a while to get into it, but Oma Jack has become my new favorite. I do think it's an element of poker in its purest form, as your blackjack hand ends up changing with every street, and you don't know exactly what you got by the river.
It said 9:45. So, a little up for her now.
Queen, 10, Trey, 2 clubs.
Oh, it's just a
Check 2.
Does check through. Ryan out in front right now
15.
with 7 high.
Hey, Mike.
Actually, correction. Ryan
Oh, you want to get that
with 7 of clubs. Can't make anything. No, pro quo 7 of clubs. Wow, I'm losing it in here.
No, only the 7 at a
It's
time.
live. It's funny you talked about it and then you got dealt it.
Someone got some of these?
Again, that board headed toward chop territory. But the 7 of clubs, enough equity for pro quo to bet it.
feel like the employees at Staples are highly motivated. They'll be there right till closing, right?
Highly motivated Staples.
I'll leave it out in the front.
It's gonna be the guy. It's whoever's in the desk chair section.
That is a good section. Dude, their chairs in
They're
Office
good.
Depot, yeah, but they're obnoxiously expensive. I was looking at, yeah. Like, doing an office.
Chairs and electronics carries the brand.
For sure, but like, I mean, maybe Amazon's product is just trash, but you can find theirs like similar looking stuff a lot cheaper.
And looky here, DT with queens. He's gonna bump it up, make it 50. Bruce Wang right behind him, pocket nines.
What do you have to pick up?
And Bruce Wang just gonna flat ace-5 suited for real deal. And Ryan, suited and connected, that's gonna be more than enough for him. So 4 players will see the flop. Ryan, suited connectors, DT queens, Bruce Wang nines, and suited ace-5 for real deal.
That's part of the
And it's an ace-5-4 flop. So 2 pair for real deal. Ryan looking for a deuce and a deuce alone. DT with queens and the club draw. Bruce Wang well out of the way. Real deal with 2 pair. Not going to let that go unheard from. Here comes a raise. Raise it up to 300. Ryan with a wheel draw. That's all he could really hope for. Does find the fold. And DT going to make the call. So off we go to the turn. And it's a 4. Ryan would have had trip 4s had he stayed in the pot. Instead, we go to the river. Looks to be the 7 of hearts. So aces and 5s are good. 500, the bet from Real Deal. And we'll draw the fold from DT. Boy, had Ryan stayed in there, he would have made out like a bandit. You can see him there beyond the stanchions. Again, the rule is if you have to make or take a phone call or a text message, you must stand behind the stanchions to do so. You're not allowed to have any electronic devices in use while you're playing in the studio. And it looks like we got ourselves a new face to occupy seat number 8.
Add 1,500 to seat 3. Can I get your card?
Get a name to go with that face in just a moment. But again, a reminder, mark those calendars. Memorial Day Madness. Again, Memorial Day weekend, 100K guarantee multi-flight tournament, $300 buy-in, all kicking off on the 22nd. And on Sunday, May 27th, how about a one-day 50K guarantee? No, pardon, Monday the 27th, a 50K guarantee, also $300 buy-in. 2 massive tournaments, 1 amazing weekend. More info at texascardhouse.com/Houston. And we'll be joined by the player Eggnog in seat number 8. So we wish you the very best of luck, my friend. Welcome in.
What's it from? Oh wow, I wasn't expecting that.
We got a gym we created just in the garage, but
Barrel on 28. Barrel on 28.
So if you don't post, there's 60 posts.
oh, gotcha.
He posted. Yeah, he posted.
Leave the 4 out.
It'd be 4.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, keep it 10 then.
That's all he has, but you're posting theirs. Gotcha. Here's
I
your
can't help with
left
that, I don't know.
1 through 6.
Well, you put out 10, might change it.
That 6 would be flying and 4 would be
Yeah.
actually.
It's the other way. It's the other way, Mike. Six is there for you.
My blind is
Wait for the instructions.
So Brady now, ace-5 of clubs.
4 and the minimum 6 is
This is, mine is still in there.
My ball.
We're good. That's my blind.
We're good.
You're not a blind.
I'm not a blind. Okay, fine. I'll leave that there.
And Ryan with ace-9 right behind him.
3 makes it 35.
I knew this is the kind of thing I kept referencing that I knew was coming.
6 fold.
Get it high up there.
7 all 35. 8 fold.
Juicy with the pocket deuces, the Mighty Ducks. We get back around to Ryan, not going anywhere with ace-9, and we'll go 4 ways to a flop when all's said and done.
4 players.
Flop comes Jack 10-6, so flopping a Jack is DT. Club draw for Brady. Juicy with the Ducks, and Ryan a lot of catching up to do.
Raise.
Here comes the Rays with the nut flush draw. It's going to chase Ryan out.
300, seat 1. Fold, seat 2. All 300, seat 3.
Oh, really?
Heads up, man.
You can buy my seat. You can buy my seat.
I'm good.
You sure?
I'm tired. I'm just gonna play 1, 2.
Sounds like a man who wants to buy my seat. Sit there and think about it for a while.
500, seat 3.
Can I get color up?
How much does your seat go for?
I'm down.
You know, the tray of spades on the turn, really not going to change too much. The Jack out in front for DT. He's got to bet 500 at it.
$2.99.
And you got to charge those flush draws. And it looks like he is content to make this call. So going to the river, chasing 8 outs.
I'm already here.
You're not. You're in the 8 seat, bro. You're in the 8 seat. It's got nothing on the 2 seat.
And trying to tax the flush draw, does so, goes to the river, picks up a 4. But not going to be enough. Again, DT,
3.
the hand goes check, check. And DT at that point thought he may have a better jack, so definite check, check situation. But Brady, willing to pay $500 to try and catch a flush on the river. Instead, DT collects it.
Isn't it expensive to go to draft?
Our country is ass.
Oh, no.
Oh.
No, bad drafting. It's expensive to go to draft.
Yeah, it can be.
Appreciate it. 15 straddle on seat.
Why are people standing
Straddle on
up
seat 3.
in crowds to see what next guy is gonna have way
We'll
more?
have a straddle 15
Way
first
more
day.
bodies
Some of those people in the crowd have a lot of money.
45.
Sure.
Bruce Wang, Kojak, bang, bang.
Not like,
Gonna bump it up, make it 45 to go from under the gun, plus 2, real deal.
not the guy
A
standing.
suited ace, ace-7. Never seen a suited ace he hasn't liked. And here comes Ryan with queen 9 of diamonds, jack 9 for DT. He wants to hang around.
We'll bet Sterling is 45.
So we will go
Rebate.
4 ways to this flop.
3 calls.
And Ryan flopping trip queens.
Check 2. Check
And a whopping 91% favorite.
Check 4.
Purple and then yellow.
Real deal with a pair of 7s.
What is it?
It's 3 checks, 2. Check.
does check it as we go to the turn. There's the King of Hearts.
Check 2.
Yeah, that's going to give Bruce Wang 2 pair.
Check 4. Check
But he
6.
does check it. We go to the river. And the 8 will seal the deal for Ryan. Let's see if Bruce Wang elects to try and steal this. Again, he's got top pair. It's not a bad holding whatsoever. Yeah, 184 in the middle. I'm curious to see what sizing he uses. 95. About a half pot size bet. Real Deal's gonna make the call. Raise incoming from Ryan. And Ryan's sitting on a 1-to-1 SPR, and he's all in. Bruce Wang wondering, what did I just step into? The correct answer is a trap.
314 still, Jim. 314. Call. Call.
Bruce Wang makes the call. Real Deal will fold it. So after that, Ryan gonna drag just over $1,000 his direction. Flopping trip queens and just waiting everybody out. Eventually someone was gonna catch. Bruce Wang did. And Ryan trends back in the right direction.
That's called value owning.
No, you messed up. You're not taking into consideration that I would have been willing to call an extra $5. Queen of diamonds. Queen 9 of diamonds every 10. Or at least it will be from now on.
Fold 4. Fold 5. Fold 6. Fold 7. Fold 8. Fold 9. Fold
You want to
1.
play the chop?
I never chop.
Okay, sweet. I don't like chopping either, but everybody's been asking me that lately. And so I thought that was like the cool thing these days.
I mean, one last
So
time.
DT and Ryan, after Ryan flops 2 pair,
30 seats.
and DT said he does not like the chop. I don't blame him.
Good man.
Yeah.
Like, the duck hit and you're still like.
I asked him why earlier today, and he said that small blind, big blind is some of the most fun poker you can play. I mean, the pot may not be big, but I mean, you get the right 2 minds going at it. You could get a very entertaining hand, to say the absolute least.
An hour and 38 minutes.
$20
Have y'all seen that movie
$20
with Justin Timberlake? The Time movie? Out of Time? So I recently, I mean the movie's whatever. Yeah. But I recently looked back and saw like the poker hand scene of that movie.
It's cool.
It's so bad, bro. He calls like
9 calls. 8 folds.
4 centuries with a gut shot.
9 calls. 1 fold.
It's a cool scene, man.
No, 8 folds.
I think the concept.
The concept's cool. But like,
Raise to 100.
Oh boy. He's dangerous with any 2 cards, but give him aces and see what happens.
How long
Did
is
9 calls.
back when
Yeah,
you.
Pro Quo gonna make the call. Aces against Queen Jack.
It's probably been 20. It's probably been
Yeah, you're
15
probably right.
It's probably been 15 or 20 years.
Really?
Oh my goodness, he does get a piece of this board too. Not to mention backdoor hearts. Ryan has that
It's
covered.
06 or 07. Not by much.
Ryan gonna check it. We'll see if Pro Quo has the presence of mind to check behind.
What is it?
depends on what month this is.
He does. He does not. He bets 100. Ryan snap calls. We go to the turn. 7 of spades. So needing 1 of 6 outs is Pro Quo. He's going to continue to fire at it. 300. Ryan makes the call. Big pot brewing. Over 1,000 in the middle. To the river we go. It's a tray of hearts. And each player blocking hearts. See if Ryan continues to let him be the aggressor.
All of the 1900s is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like everyone's
Referring, yeah, back in the
Ryan
1900s.
eyeing the stack.
that's what I said.
Like a hungry dog eyeing a steak.
Yeah.
20th century.
80s, 90s, 70s, there's no difference to me. It's all just the 1900s.
Does check it. We'll see if Pro Quo fires.
He'll tell you the same thing.
He's been firing the whole way. What has Ryan been calling with is the question. Did he put him on a hard draw? Easily.
Everything that happened then is just all one big blur.
It's a blur. It's all a blur.
And $1,029 in the middle. Pro Quo all in, and that's not going to go unanswered from Ryan. At least I don't think it will. Yeah, Ryan, if he makes this call, he doubles up.
Any dollar you get old enough to live through like multiple decades in the 90s. Or in the 1900s.
I'm like not good enough to fold this, even if it's obvious.
Hey, you don't have to be
So,
in this case. And aces the whole way, calling him down. Pro Quo, big jam on the river, putting Ryan through all kinds of pain and torment.
Get rid of the good stuff. It used to be 100 for 130. It used to be
I'm
100
not
for
known for
1,000.
folding. I call you.
A call, and what a call it is. Aces are good, and Ryan doubles up. Wow.
That's it, Ryan.
And again, yes, you're losing to so much, but still manages to make the call. And he attributes it to not being good enough to fold it, but yeah, Broadway was there. A lesser straight was there. Hearts got there on the river. And Pro Quo was just barreling the whole way. So Ryan's stack soars to up over $2 grand.
I didn't think I moved it. Buttons in two.
Must be like this. It's having the perfect amount to.
I have a $20 straddle. I'm not straddling that.
I couldn't stand watching it in front there. I had to think.
You removed the straddle from the table. There's no longer a straddle.
Yeah, I know. It took
It
about
allows you to put a larger one in there.
Are you taking it back? $5,000 straddle. It's in big chunk of it.
You're supposed to wait until my hand was dealt. Like, give me that.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. First time, you know.
No, I'm talking.
Yeah,
Talking to this guy.
I'm a rookie.
6 fold. 6 to call down. 7 fold. 8 bets 30. 9 folds.
Yeah, first time we've heard from Eggnog. He's going to raise the action with Jack 10, but looky here, Brady ace king of hearts.
3 fold.
Gonna 3-bet him, make it 105 to go.
5 fold.
Yeah, looks like Eggnog not wanting to go anywhere. He'll make the call. We'll go to a flop heads up. Ace, King, Jack 10. And flopping 2 pair is Ace, King. Eggnog with a gutter ball to a queen.
75.
Brady gonna fire at it, 75. Eggnog gonna stick around, see if he can float this turn. The turn we go, it's a 7 of clubs. This is getting a little scary now for a flop 2 pair with another club. This is something Eggnog could potentially represent. The check, however, it's gonna be hard to do so on the river. He's gonna need to catch a queen, really. As you can see, those are his 4 outs.
150.
150, unless Eggnog can come through with a big check raise. Instead, no, Brady will take it down with 2 pair.
And he saved me 20 bucks. I appreciate it.
I mean, obviously, you can treat it like
Time as history goes right now. But you have to maintain.
but there's upkeep costs. Is there upkeep?
Yeah, maintenance. It's like a lag. It's not a lot.
What open?
500. But
$1,000 to go.
it depends on.
Maintenance on my watch.
You don't have to do it.
15 straddle,
Only when it's
7. 15 straddle, 7.
Okay. I was thinking like a car battery or changing your oil.
You can if you want. It's probably overkill. But
15 calls in, 8 fold, 9 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 makes it 50, 4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold, 50's a bit. 1250, 670.
Ace Queen for DT on the button. Juicy gonna look him up with King Queen.
Yeah.
Flop coming, 10, 9, 6.
Check 3.
What are we talking?
You want football?
Tray of hearts, both players holding a heart.
College football, or used to, and then now it's all.
How sick would the King of Hearts be right here? Would mean that Juicy's only losing to 1 card. We could see a big flop, a big bet on this river. Instead, the board will pair 6s, so Ace Queen is good.
Cross-country runners like myself would have gotten it.
Well, Phony, you missed a little bit. Ryan doubling up twice in the span of 20 minutes, making a huge hero call with aces, which aces became a bluff catcher on that river, but he made the call anyway.
For 5 miles.
Especially in cross-country when you have to literally like run.
But he doubled up the first time after flopping trip queens.
Well, I ran track
Just
too.
waiting everybody out until he got the rest of the opposition.
Yeah, I forgot who I was talking to earlier, but someone said to you, I think all state.
Yeah, Ryan, Alex, Eggnog, Brady, Bruce Wang. We got a good lineup tonight, Pete. We got a good lineup.
Or like
We were
I've done
talking about-
nothing for 10
We were
years.
talking about your high school achievements the other day. Remember we were talking about like senior superlatives and what class award you got?
Yeah, that's only because what's his face said.
Me, you, and John were talking.
Yeah,
about
John
that.
was there. John was there.
15 straddle, 15 call.
Class clown.
That's loud.
Yeah.
No, I won state 4 times.
Every year.
I won just likely to lose $1 million.
Now you're gambling?
This is the reason why I won.
3.
I think that's a compliment though. In order to lose $1 million, you have to have $1 million. So you'll get there.
I won most likely to lose $1 million. I also won most likely to make $1 million, but you're only allowed to win one in a year. And I barely won most likely to make $1 million, but I won most likely to lose $1 million by such a wide margin. They gave me that one instead of most likely to make $1 million.
Call. 105.
And Ryan, ace 8.
Which game?
Happy to make the call. In TT Pocket 7, Bruce Wang 3-betting with King Queen offsuit.
$1 million or lose $1 million and then make $1 million. That makes a big difference on the rest of your life.
I don't think that
Flop coming, Queen, Jack, 8. Orion catching a pair. However, top pair going to Bruce Wang.
200,
Spade draw for Eggnog. And Ryan going to throw away his bottom pair. And Bruce Wang sitting on the short stack after losing a big hand to Ryan.
sit there in a giant ram head.
He was the one that doubled Ryan up on the trip.
That's a guy with a lot of money.
Yeah, to hear that.
Most likely not.
Yes, I've been here for all week.
And if it is, fuck crypto, because that's 1,000% how we got it.
All in from Bruce Wang. Will Eggnog make the call, drawing to the nut flush? And the answer is yes. He will make the call, and Eggnog says rip it. They're going to run it once.
Yeah, you missed a lot.
So he's looking for the nut flush.
10 seconds is all it takes.
We wait for the turn. Oh, they are going to run it twice. Never mind. And to the river we go. Here's a king. So king, queen, good on the first board. To the second, now trip queens. And the river, a 5. So Eggnog not able to catch a spade. King, queen scoops, and Bruce Wang will double up.
Only 20 minutes on trip?
Yeah.
7 deuce for the last 20.
$100, 7 deuce.
Not gonna say no. That's what it takes.
Bro, it's probably plus you just like open your head 7 juice.
Yes.
$900 value.
Plus EV without the 100.
7 deuce shots is always a plus EV play.
Always.
Especially in Ryan's book.
Ryan's pre-flop chart is a little different than
You don't need the 7 deuce game to incorporate the 7 deuce into Ryan's pre-flop opening range, regardless of the position.
He does a lot of calling, yeah.
Shoving would imply
It only shows me
require a little bit more thought and strategy.
Shoving requires the least amount of strategy.
Well, I guess I mean less decision. Yeah, I guess I phrased that wrong. Never mind, I'm really smart at this game. 35.
Better than 7 deuce, of course. Pocket queens. Gonna raise the axe. He's gonna make it 35 to go. He's gonna bring Bruce Wang along with him.
4 calls, 6 calls, reconsidering.
Real deal, gonna flat with 9s. Juicy's got himself ace 10. Raise incoming.
8 calls. 9 calls. 200 is a bedroom.
I'm gonna need some more of those, so I'm just trying to cheat the whole system.
2 calls.
Ryan does make the call, of course, with the pocket queens.
6 calls.
Real deal gonna stick around too, so a good pop brewing. 647 in their pre. Oh my goodness. Top pair, top kicker for Juicy in a 3-bet pot.
300. Seat 7.
300 is the bet. Ryan, do not slow play this. Oh no, he is gonna make the call. And now sticking around is Real Deal, 1,500 in the middle. To the turn, it's a 5, so Ryan's still well out in front. Checked over to Juicy. Juicy would be the correct word to describe this pot as well. 500 is the bet. Ryan, it's time to stop playing with your food. $2,000 in the middle right now. Oh my goodness, Ryan's gonna lay down queens.
Call. 6.
What just happened? Oh my goodness. We're going nowhere is Real Deal. He makes the call. Deuce on the river. Queens would have been a monster. Instead, in a $2,500 pot. Real Deal heads up with Juicy. And you know Real Deal is going to be calling any bet sizing from Juicy on this river. And the bet is 600. There's the call. Ace 10 is good. Oh my goodness, a $3,700 pot in which Ryan would have taken everything from everybody had he stayed in. Oh my goodness. Immediately, the face of Ryan goes into the palms.
No way you folded.
Oh, you're 4. You're right out of.
It fucked with me. It fucked with me because I heard him look at him pre-flop as he was going for his chips and say, "Are you reconsidering your pot odds?" So that like had me all jacked up. Like he's got low odds.
And oh man, and with that we will have a dealer change. Fumbled the bag indeed.
Yeah, Jax.
Brain limit exceeded. You took the words right out of my mouth. Wow.
Crazy birds bet, yeah.
I'll make sure to say that and I'll call with like wrong return. So that double that.
Well, it was just slight.
Yeah.
I felt
This one's this show.
Yeah.
the second time.
It's just such a weird line. But I guess it would make sense because it was.
It's 25.
There's no.
Yeah, it would be
No,
pretty
they're not
shallow.
a shuttle?
Maybe. That'd be gross.
Yeah, 25 on
Should have gone to Staples.
Every time something bad happens, you should have gone.
25 to play.
Sweet ass and opening up the next one.
Raise 100.
So look now, DT with aces. Uh-oh, Eggnog Ace King, he's all in.
Totally fine for blasting off and losing money with, a terrible call.
Of course, we know Ryan's not going to make this call, but DT definitely will be doing so. Of course, if Ryan somehow does make this call, DT is going to rejam.
Couldn't tell if that was a joke, yeah.
No, I think he's got more money. Like his
Oh,
Yeah, I purple.
oh. Well, you said I think you have more money than me. I'm like, yeah, yes.
Oh, he's got way
No,
more than
I
that.
took it to count for the
Yeah,
show.
I just thought the initial bet was more than me, but I guess I owe this one.
That makes more sense.
538. Yeah, 538 C1 and
I made
4. And 4
Holy
colors.
shit, that was
Are you okay with doing twice?
I only got one.
Alright, Max Payne?
Yeah.
Alright.
Nice.
And asking once or twice, ace, king
Ribbon.
against aces.
Let's do it.
Which else you
Yeah, 6 3.
Yeah, I just
Let's do it once.
Good luck. So that's both of y'all, so you can be upset.
Ribbon.
What'd you have? When you opened it hard?
Ripping it, running it once.
Probably Binks right here comes at 10.
Nice.
And aces hold. Eggnog goes felt, and DT will be the culprit behind the murder.
you can do whatever you want.
And with that, we will bid good night to our friend Eggnog. We wish him the very best.
One shit.
Doesn't matter if you're gonna fold
It's true every time. It never really bothers you if you just like lose money by betting.
Never bothers
If you
me. Never
incorrectly fold, it like hurts you for so long. Yeah.
God, but I gotta remember, I don't come here for any reason other than to feel something. And I'm feeling it. This is why this is the exact reason I come here.
He says that every time he sits down.
No, just 3.
I come here to feel something. I don't know if I should be concerned or if he needs a hug or I don't know at this
You
point.
said that like the last 3 or 4 times.
It's not a lie.
That's
It's
kind of
very
concerning
much
at this point. Yeah. If you say it once, that's kind of funny. Like. Come here to feel something. Oh my god, right?
Aces are flowing this way, right?
Like it would have hurt so much less had I just snapped off and he showed like pocket 5s,
25.
pocket 10s, and I was like, all right, I'm dead. I would have been like, all right, see you guys. Now I need to go home.
What is it? You missed
No, aces over
Yeah, I had aces, yeah, aces.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No, I thought you were pointing to me.
Anyway,
Oh, no. Well, I was just kind of looking in that general direction.
And a 9-8-4 flop is Juicy coming away with middle pair. He takes the lead.
16.
And he's going to bet at it here.
Like this.
Okay, Ryan with backdoor outs to straight and to hearts will stick around.
I was wondering where the reverse psychology was coming
We'll chase away the pocket 3s of Ethan, and we go to the turn, heads up. Queen of Hearts makes this really interesting. As Ryan improves to 9 outs, he can catch a 10 or a heart.
Hope you have pocket 3s. You're contemplating real hard.
He will get the King-8 of Juicy to fold. Yeah, playing the mental game.
You do that like 5 more times?
In here, I hope you have pocket queens. And
You
you're
see
contemplating
that?
the
So I'm over
fold.
here getting some satisfaction from running a $100 bluff, and this dude just took me off of $4,000 pot. Like nothing. I guess it was what, 2,500 in there when I folded? Yeah, because it was 200, 200, so 6.
Big blind 9.
And then that was about 2,500. God, the more I talk about it, the more I start feeling again, so keep it up.
That's what I'm forward. You want time, baby?
Yeah.
Take your time, 28. 6 raises, 25. 8 calls.
No more than that.
9 calls, 25. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 calls. Oh, 5 was still blocked. Ryan, you check right now? 2 and 2 check. That's 30.
Yeah.
And Ryan, of course, going to make the call with top pair. Real Deal and Juicy, his only competition. So we see Ryan still a 90% favorite to take this down. Real Deal drawing completely dead. An 8 and only an 8 at this point for Juicy. Nonetheless, it's going to get back around to Ryan. Just going to flat here to the river. Pot bloats to just south of 400. And the Queen of Clubs. Yeah, that may just slow everybody down. Juicy does check it back. Ryan will take it down with an ace. And with that, Ryan stacked just about $200 short from where it was after being chased out of that hot holding pocket queen.
945, and it does not matter because 3 friends that I have that are eventually going to watch this are going to have enough material to talk shit about me the rest of their lives. They're going to be like,
one of them's doing the commentary.
well, the thing is, like, I'm okay when the shit that they talk is, you moron, what are you playing that hand for? But I hate it when it's like an actual poker move and I legitimately got owned. That, you know, those are hard.
I've done some pretty stupid things on stream.
Yeah, but I've never gotten like just completely owned like that before. That was a hard owning. What's your name, sir? That'll be the name of my first child.
Ethan gonna take the raise with pocket jacks.
Just you and I?
Well, if and when Ryan does name his first child Juicy, we will let you know.
All down.
I want to hold him to it. As one of those friends he's talking about, I will hold him to it. And Ryan catching a piece of that board, so he's not going anywhere. King on the turn.
Don't value on yourself.
Checks again to the river. He does end up with a set, but that puts a 4-liner to a straight on the board. I mean, 4-liner to a flush on the board.
Let's see who was looking for it harder.
I check. If you any spade's good.
No.
Then I'm good.
Can you beat a 5?
Yeah, I can definitely do
Damn it! Oh, I couldn't have been do some spades.
I'm like, I don't know if I like that card or don't like that card.
You didn't like it, probably.
As long as you didn't bet, he's.
What?
As long as he didn't bet.
Yeah.
Really glad I didn't value on myself with a pair of 5. Thought about it.
Go for value.
No, I didn't.
Then you just gotta go for it.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, but
That was just not one of those times.
You can see there, Ryan still up about $1,000 on the day. Definitely nothing to scoff at. He's had a good day. He's only been on the stream for the last hour.
Together once or twice.
6, raise, 25.
like I got some crazy live tell I'm unaware of.
Raise it 25.
You have a crazy live tell on me?
One re-raises,
It's like
125.
I have one that you
That's
can.
one on 2. Oh.
The man, the myth, the legend, Smudge is in the chat. What's going on, my friend? Was hoping to see you on our lineup this evening. But again, we got a couple streams coming up this weekend. Again, we got the 1-2 no limit tomorrow and on Sunday. Hope to see you there, Smudge. Get back around to Brady Jack, 9 of hearts. He will lay it down. Ace king for Ethan, way good.
What did you say?
What did your jacks turn into?
Jack turned into a hand that was flipping with Jack.
You see that hand between you two kids? That pot, that right there, that was more money than I had my entire high school career. And you guys just talking it back and forth to me, dude.
Sounds good, my friend. Sounds good. We will see you tomorrow. Again, you heard it here. Smudge enters the ring for the 1-2 live stream tomorrow.
We just play cards.
Mine still hovers around 3 to 5. Yeah, dude, you see inflation?
What did you say?
Inflation? Cost of living.
Two raises. 75.
Or I like that you said it with a little inflection in your voice. 2 raises. It was a surprise to you.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
You know I called Andy.
So Ryan and DT go heads up. Queen 10 and Big Lick.
Heads up.
And Big Lick comes away with top pair.
80. 40.
So there's actually like no hole cameras, if that's what you're asking.
Not hear me.
But the cards are read via RFID chip. Each card has a chip in it. The table reads it and broadcasts it to the graphic in which you're seeing.
And Ethan goes something. I don't remember. He was like, "Man, that dealer was really great."
If you're referring to what camera is showing the flop, it's the camera is located directly above the table. That's zoomed into the board.
I didn't remember why we were asking about your name. But he goes, "What's that dealer's name again?" And I said, "It's Danny." And Ethan said, "No, it's not." And I said, "Yes, it is. Watch this." From across the room, I yelled, "Danny." And you turn around. So, like, from then on, I was locked in. That's definitely Danny. You can call me Brian.
King, queen of spades for Real Deal.
A lot more fun since you said that. We're not laughing nearly this
That's
much.
only coming
Now,
from
it's
the
been a
opinion
slow
of
night for Brady,
senior
that's
level.
for sure.
Imagine.
Definitely a slow night. Hasn't been a terrible one, but hasn't been a good one either.
Just kidding. Thank you.
And Pro Quo with ace-9. He's going to omit the veil entirely. He's all in.
Maybe by a couple fully developed. 25? 26. And it is. You just got there. Congratulations.
6, 12.
The revelation.
And all in for about 284. Real Deal makes the call with king, queen suited, and off we go. King on the flop. And can't improve. So Pro Quo goes felt for the second time on our show this evening. Real Deal is the culprit this time.
Guarantee it.
He's not at 1-2 though. There's no way he's still at 1-2 now.
All right, I was just handed the unfortunate news from production. This is going to be our final streamed hand of the evening. Okay, it's been a pleasure hanging out with everybody as usual. Always a privilege to do this show for you on Thursdays. Let's hope our final hand is just as action-packed as our show has been. Aviation in the chat. How's it going, my friend? Hope to see you back under the lights again next week. Oh, you missed Ryan going on a tear, folding queens when it was somehow folding queens when it was obviously the best hand. But you know, it's been a fun night. Been an absolutely awesome night of poker. Brady, Big Lick suited, saying no thank you, but Ryan with the Mighty Ducks. 10-8 against ace-9 as well. And the flop comes. There's a deuce on the board, so Ryan flopping bottom set. Looks like it goes checked on to the turn. Apparently somebody spooked him by talking about reconsidering pot odds. That's all I know about that situation. Again, DT turning a pair of 8s. He'll stick around and drawing absolutely dead. And quad deuces for Ryan. What a way to end the show. Checks him over to DT. I missed the bet, he says.
Holy shit.
Oh my
God!
I just value owned myself in the weirdest way ever.
Played the hand wide. It still wound up with quads. Utterly disgusting.
I didn't look at my
You got a little bit of everything on tonight's show, that is for sure. So on behalf of Texas Card House Houston, DCH Live, the big man, David Lagana, our executive producer, our action tracker, Tim, doing his thing in the other booth. I am Wes Tucker. We will see ya